Chapter 237. Jiang Yang's appearance stunned Yao Yao for a moment. She didn't expect him to come to the Heavenly Ascension Lake and look for her. Soon she reacted. Anger and coldness appeared on her face, but she didn't say anything. After all, he was the main culprit who led her master to the Heavenly Ascension Lake. During this period of time, if the person she missed the most was Gu Chang'e, then the person she hated the most was definitely Jiang Yang. If it wasn't for Jiang Yang, her master wouldn't have rushed to the Heavenly Ascension Lake. She wouldn't have been in danger, and she wouldn't even know if she was dead or alive. Not to mention that Jiang Yang wasn't her brother now, but the old monster who possessed her brother, the former patriarch of the immortal Luan Holy Land. During this period of time, she and Grandma Silverflower heard that the immortal Luan Holy Land was besieged by various sacred mountains and forbidden areas. In the end, Jiang Yang activated the immortal Luan seal and destroyed all the enemies. Even the immortal Luan Holy Land, which had been passed down for 1,000,000 years, was destroyed and turned into ashes. This action really shocked the two of them. No one knew why Jiang Yang could activate the immortal Luan seal, but they knew. It was because the soul in Jiang Yang's body was the supreme immortal Luan. The immortal Luan seal was his weapon. So why couldn't he activate it? This was what Gu Chang'e told Yao Yao, and Yao Yao told Grandma Silverflower. So both of them knew very well. Supreme Immortal Luan was a legendary figure in the heavenly stellar realm. It was said that he wasn't born in this realm, and no one knew where he came from. After establishing the immortal Luan Holy Land, he disappeared. But that day, in order to kill all the enemies, Jiang Yang didn't hesitate to destroy the orthodoxy that he had once established. Through this matter, they could see how crazy Jiang Yang was. This made both of them uneasy, and they were even more afraid of Jiang Yang. Grandma Silverflower saw Yao Yao's cold expression and couldn't help but hold her back. She shook her head gently, indicating that she shouldn't be impulsive. Before confirming Gu Chang'e's life and death, Yao Yao would be in trouble if she fell out with Jiang Yang, because at that time her strange state was not something that could be controlled at any time. Yao Yao also understood this. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. She forced herself to calm down and not confront Jiang Yang head-on. "Brother, how did you know that Yao Yao would be here?" Then she spoke softly. There was only calmness in her poetic eyes. "I knew that you were worried about the safety of your master, so I guessed that you would come here." Jiang Yang smiled. He noticed Yao Yao's cold expression just now, but he didn't care much about it. In his eyes, Yao Yao was just a little girl. Now that her master, whom she could rely on, was dead, who else could she rely on other than her brother? Perhaps the little girl was distant and cold to him for some reason, but he felt that this kind of thing would change with time. In Jiang Yang's heart, after erasing his previous consciousness, there were actually two remaining obsessions left by that consciousness. The first was his hatred for the immortal Luan Holy Land. He was unwilling to be thrown to the immortal road for so many years and almost died there. The second was his longing for Yao Yao as her brother. He wanted to protect her and take responsibility for her to live happily. Jiang Yang didn't seriously care about these two obsessions before. After all, his divine soul was extremely strong. These obsessions couldn't affect him at all. But now he felt that if he didn't get rid of these two obsessions, it would lead to unimaginable consequences. Even his divine soul would be unstable. Jiang Yang had reincarnated many times, but this was the first time he encountered such a situation. In the end, he felt that the reason was very likely to be Yao Yao, because this little girl's existence involved the fate that originally belonged to him. "As your brother, I would definitely be worried about you. You left without saying goodbye. At that time, it really made me feel uneasy. I was afraid that something would happen to you." Jiang Yang smiled and continued to speak. He approached Yao Yao. Zhao Yi, who was following behind him, had a complicated expression. Yao Yao, this little girl, obviously hid a big secret. Otherwise, Jiang Yang wouldn't have such an attitude. These days, Jian Yang's invincible aura after killing all the enemies had deeply shocked her. But Jiang Yang treated Yao Yao like this. This made her even more shocked. Jiang Yang was really too strong and too mysterious. Even that terrifying exalted immortal was killed by him in the Heavenly Ascension Lake. Zhao Yi felt that following Jiang Yang was the best choice in life. And Jiang Yang had such a Saint Realm servant girl who had solved many small problems along the way. He naturally didn't mind letting her follow. Brother, don't worry about Yao Yao. Granny and I can find Master. Hearing this, Yao Yao shook her head softly. I don't believe that Master is so strong and will die here. Jiang Yang didn't refute her words. He understood that this little girl was the kind of person who wouldn't give up until all hope was gone. Then he smiled faintly and said, Yes. After all, the exalted immortal is so strong. How could he die here so easily? I think the rumors in the past few days were probably wrong. And as the saying goes, I want to see the person if he's alive and the corpse if he's dead. Since I'm already here, I'll help you find the exalted immortal. The Heavenly Ascension Lake had many backup plans. It was far more terrifying than the immortal Luin sacred ground. No matter how powerful that exalted immortal was, he would die here. The reason, he said, that was to deal with this little girl and make her give up. Yao Yao also knew that this was not the time to reject. If she said too much, it would arouse Jiang Yang's suspicion. She nodded. Thank you, brother. Jiang Yang smiled and said, No need to thank me. It's my duty to help you. Yao Yao pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Soon, the group of people went into the Heavenly Ascension Lake. The nearby mountains were abnormally steep. All kinds of strange ancient trees were extremely tall. Vines hung from them and hung in all directions. Layers of white fog floated down from the sky. It was deathly silent, making people feel cold and uneasy. If it was normal times, there would be more or less living beings here, such as ferocious beasts. But now it was too quiet. Other than the sound of the wind, there was no other movement. The entire Heavenly Ascension Lake was like a dead body. Other than their group, no other living beings appeared. On the many mountain ranges, some patterns of the great Tao interweaved and flowed there. They were like strange patterns, emitting bright and eye-catching light. Further in, one could see thick, chaotic fog shrouding, making the world dark. It was as if they had arrived at the beginning of the world. Jiang Yang's explanation to them was that there was a huge battle here that day, and all living beings had probably died in the aftermath. But Yao Yao and Grandma Silverflower didn't believe it at all. The fish is finally here. It seems like I can reel in the net. From today onwards, there will be no more human ancestors in this world. In the depths of the Heavenly Ascension Lake, Gu Changa sat cross-legged in the lotus body, devouring and refining the origin of the nirvana green lotus. His eyes were very deep, and many terrifying scenes of mountains and seas appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Gu Changa muttered to himself. His smile was faintly meaningful. He had already noticed the auras coming from outside. Yao Yao, Grandma Silverflower, Jiang Yang, and his supreme elders made Zhao Yi. For of them, not one was missing. If he hadn't interfered, according to the normal plot, the four of them would have been on the same side, providing all kinds of help to Jiang Yang. But now, Yao Yao and Grandma Silverflower, this pair of relatives, were very hostile to Jiang Yang. They were just short of falling out with him. As for Zhao Yi, under normal circumstances, she should be taken in as part of Jiang Yang's harem in the future. After all, she had followed him to this extent. Gu Changa was not interested in her. Although her cultivation was not bad, she had already exhausted her potential. He could kill her with one palm. Now, under his layers of arrangements, a large part of the backup plan that the human ancestor had left in the Heavenly Ascension Lake was actually used by him. But at this time, Jiang Yang was completely unaware. Whoosh! Soon, Gu Changa's body did not move. His powerful and terrifying divine sense, like an indescribable ancient deity, rushed out from the Soul Palace between his eyebrows with monstrous gray fog. Innate divine sense. Under his visualization method, just the power of his primordial spirit alone could devour heaven and earth and easily kill a great sage. Even the primordial spirit of a quasi-supreme would not be feared. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation began to appear above the heavenly ascension lake. Buzz! Thick, black, demonic clouds, covering the sky and the sun, appeared from all directions and began to condense there, as if they were pushed by an invisible giant hand. The sky was covered. Rumble. We obey the orders of our master. Kill. A headless horseman, sensing something, suddenly rushed out from a blood-stained cliff with a monstrous aura. We obey the orders of our master. In another direction, an extremely blurry blood-red phantom appeared in the deep valley. His eyes were scarlet and filled with murderous intent as he stared outside. This place is indeed very strange, but Yao Yao, you and Granny should be careful. Don't be too far away from me. If you are in danger now, I won't be able to help you in time. At this moment, Jianyang, who was walking in front of them on the mountain path, spoke with a calm expression. The places he walked past seemed to be transformed by strange lights. Every inch of this place was filled with terrifying auras. Array patterns filled the air, and murderous intent filled the sky. However, he was able to safely walk out of a path that led to the depths of the abyss. Many terrifying auras only surged in the vicinity and did not come close to him at all. If ordinary people were here, they would have been so scared that their legs would have turned to jelly, and they would not dare to move even a little. But Jianyang was calm and indifferent as he led the way in front, saying that he had no means. Who would believe that? In fact, at this time, Yao Yao already knew that Jianyang had a lot to do with the Heavenly Ascension Lake. He must know a lot of secrets about this place. Otherwise, he would not be so confident as to spread the news and lure Guchanga here. And now, although Jianyang said that he was here to look for her, he actually came to the Heavenly Ascension Lake to look for his opportunity. Thinking of this, the coldness in Yao Yao's eyes intensified. Even she did not notice the changes that were happening to her body. At the side, Granny Silverflower saw the peach blossom-like pattern that began to appear between her eyebrows, just like the last time Yao Yao suddenly went berserk. There was no reason for this at all. It was more like she was provoked. This made her expression change. After all, Jianyang had a supreme weapon in his hands. Even if Yao Yao was in that state, would she be a match for Jianyang? Along the way, apart from the traces of the battle that day, I have not seen any corpses. Although the exalted immortal is very powerful, at this time I am afraid that he is most likely dead. Jianyang walked in front and looked at the Heavenly Ascension Lake in front of him. He could not help but reveal a faint smile. After walking for a long time, he finally arrived here. In the boundless Heavenly Ascension Lake, ripples spread continuously, and a layer of white fog floated in it. In a deeper place, immortal fog was faintly discernible. Blue waves rippled, and green rays of light shot into the sky. Back then, it was this ray of light that attracted countless cultivators and living beings, including that exalted immortal who eventually died here. Thinking of this, Jianyang's expression became more and more indifferent. However, he felt that it was a pity that he did not personally kill that exalted immortal. He always felt a little regretful. After all, that was the only person who had humiliated him. Along the way, he did not intentionally use the backup plan that he had left behind back then, in case Yao Yao saw anything unusual. Moreover, with his aura, those terrifying beings hidden in the dark would not dare to attack him. At this time, Jianyang suddenly frowned slightly. In the sky outside the Heavenly Ascension Lake, there were many divine lights rushing over. He originally thought that his speed was fast enough, but he did not expect that someone would still catch up with him. Jianyang did not know how the other party could keep track of his movements. Obviously, that group of people was brought here by the mysterious woman who had plotted to kill him back then. They were chasing after him relentlessly and had actually arrived here. It's been so many days. Why haven't I seen anyone from the human ancestor hall come looking for me? Even others can know where I am. So why doesn't the human ancestor hall know? Could it be that something happened to the human ancestor hall? Jiang Yang faintly felt that something was wrong, and the feeling of being schemed against surfaced again. However, he could not have sensed wrongly that day when he sensed the secret technique fluctuations of the successor of the human ancestor hall. However, he did not see him in the end, and instead the other party used him as bait to lure him over? Could it be that the successor of the human ancestor hall had fallen into their hands? Did Master disappear here back then? Is Master really not here anymore? At this moment, beside the boundless heavenly ascension lake, Yao Yao stared blankly ahead, her face pale as she muttered to herself in disbelief. Green lotus leaves that were like the ocean were connected to each other, and there was no end in sight, nor were there any gaps. Each leaf was as green as a wash, and was as big as a wash basin. This was especially so for a green lotus surrounded by chaotic chi. It was incomparably tall, and accompanied by the immortal spirit Tao Rhyme. It opened up there, emitting the rumbling sound of the world moving. All these mystical things had nothing to do with her anymore. This was because she did not see her master, not to mention his figure. Even the traces left behind back then were gone. Woo, Master, do you really not want Yao Yao anymore? Suddenly, bean-sized tears rolled down her face like a broken string. She could not accept this fact. Grandma Silverflower had a bitter expression, and did not know how to comfort her. In a short period of time, Yao Yao's master had already held an unparalleled position in Yao Yao's heart. Now, did she really have to face the fact that her master had died? Could she accept it? Yao Yao, the exalted immortal, might have really died. You have to restrain your grief. That day it was rumored that his body was torn into pieces. There are many ferocious beasts here, and I'm afraid that he has been completely eaten, and not even his bones are left. Actually, I don't understand. Why did he insist on coming to this place? To make you so sad? At this moment, seeing Yao Yao crying there, Jiang Yang frowned slightly in his heart, and he felt inexplicably irritated. He knew that this was the remaining emotion after forcefully fusing the memories. However, it could not affect him. On the surface, he still had a regretful expression on his face as he spoke, wanting to comfort Yao Yao. However, he did not care at all. In fact, there was even a hint of mockery. The people he wanted to kill had never failed before. What was a mere exalted immortal to him? Shut up. It's all your fault that Master is like this. If it wasn't for you, how could Master come to this place? It's all your fault. At this time, you're still pretending to be pitiful. It's obviously you who plotted to kill Master. However, at this moment, hearing Jiang Yang's hypocritical words, Yao Yao suddenly turned around. Her small body was trembling, and her cold expression was staring at Jiang Yang with incomparable hatred. How could she tolerate Jiang Yang talking about her master like this at this time? Yao Yao, what do you mean by this? What do you mean it's all my fault? Jiang Yang frowned and said unhappily, I'm just speaking the truth as an older brother. As he spoke, he closed his eyes and his voice was a little low. Could it be that I, your older brother, am completely incomparable to your master in your eyes? Jiang Yang could feel the change in Yao Yao at this moment. She seemed to have really noticed something. Or was it that Gu Changa said something to her when he left the Heavenly Feather Lake? You old monster, not only did you take over my older brother's body, but now you're plotting to kill my master. What are you still pretending for now? Yao Yao's voice suddenly became very cold. It was hard to imagine that such an expression would appear on a little girl like her. One had to know that not long ago she was still a person who would turn pale with fright when she saw bandits. Of course, this change was not surprising to Gu Changa at all. After all, Yao Yao was the true daughter of Destiny of the heavenly stellar realm. Even without him, without the reincarnation of the human ancestor, she would have undergone a huge transformation. After all, her original destiny template came from the most talented woman in ancient times, and at the same time, it was the fruit of the mysterious peach tree. At this moment, hearing Yao Yao's words, Jiang Yang's expression suddenly changed, and then became indifferent. Yao Yao, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm your older brother. Have you forgotten what happened when we were young? At that time. Don't talk nonsense at this time. Don't be bewitched by the demon, and forget your own identity, he spoke warmly, ready to play the emotional card. Yao Yao said this, intending to shed all pretense of cordiality with him. To be honest, Jiang Yang was very surprised. He did not expect things to suddenly develop like this. He guessed that it was very likely that Gu Chang'e said something to Yao Yao at the beginning. Otherwise, how could she be so sure? Therefore, Jiang Yang's heart was gloomy, and he hated that he did not kill Gu Chang'e earlier, causing so many twists and turns for no reason. Buzz! You deserve to die. Yao Yao will avenge Master today. However, Yao Yao had changed a lot. Dazzling light burst out from between her eyebrows, and peach blossoms bloomed, incomparably gorgeous, and she did not listen to his nonsense at all. She rose high into the sky. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and her bare feet were whiter than snow. Strands of rules fell down, exquisite like a flawless fairy, but her face was as cold as ice. At this moment, a power that could make heaven and earth collapse appeared on her body. In the next moment, she waved her small hand, and streaks of immortal light appeared, turning into a peerless immortal sword that contained the strongest defensive power, and swept downward, wanting to destroy Jiang Yang. When did she become wary of me? Could it be that the exalted immortal told her this from the beginning? She really ruined my plans, and death is not to be regretted. And her aura is much stronger than the last time. Seeing this, Jiang Yang's expression became gloomy. Yao Yao was going to tear apart the last bit of decorum with him, and was going to attack him. Because of this, the many plans that he had thought of were all for naught. Things were like a wild horse that had escaped the reins, and it was completely out of his control. However, at this time, the most important thing was to stop Yao Yao, so as not to affect his biggest plan. This is for you. Stop her for me. Jiang Yang's expression was very ugly. He waved his hand, and a small crystal-clear tripod flew to Zhao Yi's hand behind him. At the same time, he formed a hand seal, and the four sides of the heavenly feather lake began to rumble. At the outermost area, there was a sky-high murderous intent, accompanied by all the awakened array patterns. Turn this place into a killing zone, to resist the mysterious woman who was chasing to the heavenly feather lake. The backup plan that he had set up was beginning to take effect. The heavenly feather lake is more dangerous than the immortal Luin sacred ground. Looks like Jiang Yang is really going to use this place to soar into the sky. If he succeeds, won't he use this to escape this world? Yu Mingkong, who was outside the heavenly feather lake, frowned. Behind her, the mighty golden-armored warriors stood on the horizon, like celestial soldiers and generals, conquering all directions. She had a feeling that she had made a mistake. The heavenly feather lake hid the greatest divine item that the human ancestor needed. Other than that, there was also the greatest plan. If one accidentally entered this place, they would be destroyed in body and soul. The human ancestor was indeed a sly old fox, and could not be underestimated. Rumble. At this time the sky darkened, as if the most terrifying chaotic true demon had awakened in the deepest area. A terrifying gray fog surged into the sky, and a pair of cold eyes appeared, looking down at the world. The entire heavenly feather lake was vast, and its boundaries could not be seen, but at this time it was trembling. Further away, countless terrifying ferocious beasts were waking up everywhere. They raised their heads and looked into the distance with incomparable terror. Chapter 238. This terrifying scene not only shocked Yu Mingkong, but also Jiang Yang. What is this? What is hidden in the heavenly ascension lake? At this time, Yumingkong's expression became very solemn. She was from the upper world, and as the crown prince of the unparalleled celestial dynasty, she would rule over billions of miles of territory in the future. Her fiancé's identity was even more noble. But at this moment, she still felt her heart palpitating, trembling, and chills. This was definitely not something that should appear in the lower world. Even in the upper world, this was something that would make countless ancient orthodoxies tremble. But she felt an inexplicably familiar aura from it. How is this possible? When did the heavenly ascension lake nurture such a thing? Jiang Yang's expression changed drastically, and he was in disbelief. How could such a thing appear in the place where he had set up so many backup plans? This aura was maddening, chilling, and even freezing one's divine soul. This was already beyond his knowledge after reincarnating so many times. Jiang Yang's expression was extremely gloomy. The entire heavenly ascension lake was now filled with demonic qi, and he couldn't see what was inside at all. He was a little worried about his nirvana green lotus. Could something have happened? And what was that thing? Within the monstrous gray fog, it blotted out the sky and was surging violently. It was as if an incomparably ancient, indescribable, terrifying true demon was reviving. Someone had intruded into his territory and awakened from his eternal slumber. He opened his mouth and swallowed, and the entire world turned into darkness. At this moment, not only the heavenly ascension lake, but even the heavenly region, further away, showed a scene that terrified countless cultivators and living beings. Countless supreme existences were terrified by this aura, and their hair stood on end. Even their souls were about to be frozen. In the distant horizon, thousands of demons awakened and swallowed the world. The world turned dark instantly. The light disappeared, and the sun and moon were no longer shining. It was as if the world was coming to an end, and everything was welcoming the end of the world. Could it be that the exalted immortal died in the hands of this unknown existence? Zhao Yi's voice trembled, and her divine soul was trembling to the extreme. She was a saint, and she was once the goddess of Tianyu, but now she was like an ant. She felt fear from the bottom of her soul. Even with the weapon given to her by Jiangyang, it was difficult for her to feel the slightest sense of security. Kill. At this moment, a headless horseman rushed out from a cliff. Accompanied by a monstrous bloodlight, it suddenly attacked Jiangyang. As my lord commands. On the other side of the valley, a blood-colored figure swept over like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, wanting to devour Jiangyang. Aren't these the two creatures I suppressed back then? Why are they not under my control? Seeing this, Jiang Yang's expression, which had already changed drastically, changed again. For the first time, he was shocked to the point of disbelief. He was all too familiar with these two beings. Before he set up the formation, he had captured them and suppressed them here. Both of them had the strength of the great saint realm. In the entire heavenly stellar realm, he was invincible. But now he wanted to kill him instead? Clearly, many of the array pattern laws in the periphery were under his control. This caused Jiangyang to be dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Was the nest taken over by someone else? But he was experienced in all kinds of things, so he reacted quickly. He asked Zhao Yi to stop Yao Yao, who was changing. No matter how useless that small cauldron was, it was still a great saint weapon. With his saint strength, it should be no problem to resist Yao Yao. Kaboom! As for himself, he was wrapped in the flowing light of the rules of order here. He activated the seal of Shenluin and floated above his head, heading toward the depths of Heavenly Lake to find out what was going on. The two great saints charged over, and the ground shook. Many patterns of the great path shone, wanting to drown out everything. Jiangyang used these methods to resist the attacks of the two beings. But a while ago, he had just destroyed the seal of Samsara and killed 8 enemies in Shenluin's sacred land. If he used the seal of Samsara again, it was likely that he would destroy one of the seals of samsara, and all his efforts would be in vain. So Jiang Yang could only bear with it and not act rashly. On the other side, the battle between Yao Yao and Zhao Yi erupted. At this moment, although Yao Yao was in a strange state, her power had not surpassed the great saint level. Zhao Yi activated the great saint weapon and could withstand it for a short time. But her face was pale quickly. She could not hold on for long. There's a change in the heavenly lake. Let's not go in first. Let's see what's going on first. Yu Mingkong appeared in the sky. Fog surrounded her, and the aura of the great path was thick. Celestial light shone brightly. A powerful forbidden artifact floated in her sleeve. She ordered her confidants and golden-armored warriors behind her and waved her hand to ask them to step back. And the sudden appearance of the gray fog made her feel uneasy, especially that pair of eyes that were so cold that they did not contain any emotion. It was as if it saw all beings as ants that could be wiped away with a wave of its hand. Yu Mingkong frowned. She did not know if it was her imagination, but she felt that the unknown existence was warning her not to get close. This made her even more confused, and coupled with the lingering sense of familiarity just now, she could not get rid of. This indescribable god was clearly not like a human. Could it be some existence that she was familiar with? But for a moment, Yu Mingkong was not sure if she was thinking too much. Rumble. At this time, the gray fog that shrouded the sky became even more turbulent. The aura within it seemed to be about to swallow the entire heavenly region. A large hand suddenly reached out from it. It looked like it was shrouded in the vast gray fog. It was like a millstone that could destroy the world. The great path's laws intertwined and fell easily. Zhao Yi, who was fighting with Yao Yao, suddenly changed her expression. Before she could react, the palm covered her. It was as if the world had been turned upside down. Dong! The void exploded. The great saint weapon that she had summoned was suddenly slapped away. Clear cracks appeared on it, and the runes dimmed. Jiang Yang, save me! Her expression was shocked, filled with despair and pale. Poof! In the next moment, she was directly covered by the palm and smashed down. Before she came into contact with it, her body instantly exploded. Jiang Yang, who was rushing toward the depths, frowned in dissatisfaction. But he thought of something. With a wave of his sleeve, a ball of clear light appeared, instantly wrapping around Zhao Yi's remnant soul and saving it. At this time, if Zhao Yi died here, it would inevitably distract him. After all, she was a supreme saint, and after smashing Zhao Yi's body into pieces, the large hand did not stop. It was still reaching toward Yao Yao, as if it wanted to grab her. Yao Yao's current state was very strange. Her expression was cold, like a high and mighty deity. She could feel her own existence, but she could not completely control this power. Moreover, her temperament was affected by this power becoming abnormally cold. Even when the palm fell, her expression did not change at all. She even planned to fight back. However, following a loud explosion, her petite body was sent flying into the heavenly lake and fell into it with a loud splash. Yao Yao! Grandma Silverflower was extremely worried. She wanted to go and save her, but she was incomparably fearful of the terrifying deity in the sky and did not dare to move. However, what surprised her was that the terrifying deity did not care about her. This made Grandma Silverflower breathe a sigh of relief, but she could not help but smile bitterly. She did not know whether to feel lucky or not to be treated like an ant. For a moment, the heavenly ascension lake returned to dead silence. Apart from the gray fog that still shrouded the sky, there was no other existence. However, the terrifying aura here was spreading throughout the entire heaven region. An even more terrifying power seemed to be nurturing in the depths. This made Yu Mingkong's expression even more solemn. She brought her people to the outermost area of the heavenly ascension lake, not daring to casually approach. Moreover, she felt that there was a pair of cold eyes staring at her from within the gray fog, as if warning her not to act rashly. What happened? What's going on? Why is the world shattering? An entrance disappearing. At this time, the sudden change in the heavenly ascension lake shocked all the cultivators outside. Countless people's faces turned pale. From afar, they noticed that the sky there had disappeared, and they could not sense any signs of life. This made them incomparably terrified, and they did not understand what was going on. The gray fog overflowed into the sky, covering everything. The world was cracking and collapsing, and then peeling off. Flames soared into the sky, melting everything. It was as if meteorites were sweeping down and smashing down. The entire sky cracked like a mirror. Strong winds blew, and the surroundings were pitch black and bottomless nothingness. There was a sea of nothingness in the middle, and there were also boiling, chaotic currents. It was rumored that many ancient, ferocious beasts lived in it. Even quasi-supremes had to be careful when traversing. There were terrifying laws suppressing them, and they would die tragically. The scene at the Heavenly Ascension Lake shocked many of the supreme cultivators from all over the heaven region. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The world shattered, and all kinds of laws filled the air. The divine light of order was like a raging flame, burning everything. Could it be that some peerless demon is nurturing inside? Even the world is bursting. No wonder even that exalted immortal died inside. Many powerful beings looked into the distance with pale faces. They felt that this day was a catastrophe for the entire heaven region. Strong winds blew from there. Once ordinary cultivators came into contact with them, they would probably be instantly destroyed. In addition, there were all kinds of disasters from outside. When the time came, the entire heaven stellar realm would be affected. Thinking of this, countless cultivators and beings began to despair. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the heavenly ascension lake, along with the thick primal chaos mist, a green lotus wrapped in primal chaos energy took root there, releasing a heavy world aura. Looks like things are not completely out of control. Jianyang, who had activated the immortal Lun seal and used the supreme divine might to defend against everything, finally arrived. The figure hidden in the overflowing gray fog in the sky did not attack him, which made him feel slightly relieved. Although he was a bit confused, he could not care less now. Only by fusing with the Nirvana Green Lotus and borrowing the power of the Tao fruit would he have the ability to resist that strange existence. What happened today was really beyond his imagination. Jianyang even felt that Guchanga had dared to come to the Heavenly Ascension Lake with great confidence, but he probably did not expect to meet such a strange existence here. He couldn't see the true body. It was even a bit like a Tao law body, but the vast divine power was definitely not something an ordinary Tao law body could compare to. Jianyang even suspected that it was an ancient god or true demon that had been sleeping here without him knowing. But all in all, as long as the Nirvana Green Lotus was still here, everything would be fine. Jianyang, what should we do now? After reaching the absolute saint realm, as long as the true spirit was complete, it would be no problem for him to be reborn from a drop of blood. Zhao Yi was saved by Jianyang at the critical moment. Now that she had reconstructed her body, she appeared beside him and could not help but worry. Guard me. No matter what the price is, you have to block this place and not let anyone come here. Jianyang's expression became very solemn. He was cold and dignified, and there was no room for doubt. This was the main reason he wanted to save Zhao Yi. Once someone barged in, everything would be for naught. Although Jianyang was very confident in his arrangements back then, and there were layers of formation runes guarding outside, he was still worried that something would go wrong. Because the anomaly had already appeared hearing this, Zhao Yi's expression also became solemn. I understand. At this moment, Jianyang frowned and thought carefully. He decided to give the celestial Lun seal to her and tell her how to activate it and awaken the artifact spirit within. With her absolute Saint Realm strength, she could just barely activate it. The celestial Lun seal was special in that the artifact spirit was not born on its own. Instead, it was refined using the true spirit of a living being. This was one of the backup plans that Jiang Yang had considered. With the celestial Lewin seal in hand, Zhao Yi would be more secure. Soon, Jiang Yang calmed down and walked into the Nirvana green lotus. Layers of chaotic mist surged and fell, and everything was blurry. To him, the fusion process was very easy. He just needed to spend a bit more time. As long as the Nirvana green lotus was completely fused, a trace of the power of all worlds become one erupted, and he would have extremely powerful strength. He would also be able to easily kill the mysterious woman who had been chasing after him outside. However, the moment Jiang Yang's figure stepped into it, what? His eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. His scalp was almost torn open, and he felt cold from head to toe. Even his soul was trembling. How is this possible? Jiang Yang's voice trembled for the first time. He was not as calm as before, as if everything was under control. He could not believe that a figure who had already fallen would appear here. And from the looks of it, it seemed that he had been waiting for him for a long time. At this moment, Jiang Yang's head buzzed as if it had been struck by a bell, making a roaring sound that was hard to describe. He spoke with difficulty, and his voice could not be calm. Why are you here? Gu Chang'e sat cross-legged on the Nirvana green lotus. His figure was covered by a layer of blurry mist. Monstrous demonic aura permeated and intertwined, filling every inch of space. He looked at Jiang Yang with interest. Why can't I be here? I've been waiting for you for a long time, human ancestor. Chapter 239. Within the boundless lotus body, a vast and abundant aura of chaos descended. It was as if he had arrived at a new world. Gu Chang'e sat there cross-legged. His eyes were filled with interest as he looked down at Jiang Yang, who had just stepped into this place. Starlight flowed on his robe, and there was an extremely terrifying aura. The mountains and seas roared, the sun and moon rotated, and the heavens collapsed and the earth was destroyed. At this moment, every cell in his body seemed to have turned into an ancient and vast universe, and it let out a heart-palpitating rumble as it rotated. Now, the Nirvana green lotus had been completely refined by him, and it was contained by the demon heart. None of the auras would be chaotic, and it even seemed strangely natural. No matter how much demonic aura surged around him, he remained unmoved. Strands of world light appeared. Even if the heavens collapsed, it would not be destroyed. It was as if the power of his physical body could resist the collapse of the world. These were the changes brought to his physical body by the Nirvana green lotus. Outside, there were strands of chaos fog that intertwined and isolated all auras. This made Jiang Yang's hair stand on end. A chill ran down his spine, and he felt as if his scalp was about to be ripped open. He had even given his greatest trump card, the seal of immortal Lewin, to Zhao Yi, who was outside. In other words, his only trump card now was the seal of Samsara. However, Gu Chang'e was waiting for him here, waiting for him to come to his doorstep and die. This made Jiang Yang's heart sink continuously, and it sank to the bottom. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation after reincarnating so many times. It was also the most dangerous situation. Didn't Gu Chang'e die in the Heavenly Ascension Lake? In his calculations, he was killed by a trap, and even his bones could not be found. Who would have thought that he would appear here safe and sound, and even take over the Nirvana green lotus that originally belonged to him? And from the looks of it, he had been here for God knows how long. Perhaps the illusory figure that everyone saw in the outside world was deliberately done by Gu Chang'e. He wanted everyone to see it so that he could deceive everyone, including Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang was not stupid. After all, he had lived for so many lifetimes. He had experienced a lot of things, so he immediately noticed that something was wrong. He had been tricked by Gu Chang'e. To be more precise, he had been tricked at his own game. To think that he had lived for so long, he was actually kept in the dark without knowing it. Soon, Jiang Yang forced himself to calm down. He knew that this was not the time to panic. I have been waiting for you for a long time, human ancestor. But in the next moment, as Gu Changa spoke with great interest, Jiang Yang's pupils shrank again. It was as if his skull had been ripped open, and cold water poured directly into his body. An even more frightening cold air swept through his 4 limbs, almost causing his entire body to feel cold, and he stood there in a daze. You know who I am. How is that possible? When did this happen? His voice faintly trembled, and his expression changed drastically. Gu Changa had actually revealed his identity, and even said that he had been waiting for him for a long time. His mind went blank. This meant that Gu Changa had known his true identity for a long time. It was just that he had pretended not to know and did not reveal his cards. Before this, Gu Changa had actually seen through everything that he had done. In his eyes, thinking of this, Jiang Yang could not help but tremble. Even he himself did not realize that his hands were trembling uncontrollably. Why couldn't he see any abnormalities before this? He just treated Gu Changa as an ordinary person from the upper realm, who at most had a few tricks up his sleeve and was nothing to worry about, who knew that he was the one who had hidden the deepest. When? Is that important? What's wrong? Why are you so surprised? I thought you already knew. Human ancestor, your performance has disappointed me too much. At this time, shouldn't you be as arrogant and confident as before? At this time, Gu Changa spoke again, looking at the dumbfounded Jiang Yang with a smile, and his words were still so indifferent. He slowly got up. A terrifying aura swept over like a tidal wave. The monstrous gray fog outside the vault of heaven made a sound like a tsunami. It was so terrifying that it made the heavens and earth tremble. The stars in the outer realm undulated like an ocean and turned into ashes. It changed as Gu Changa breathed. What's going on? Why do I feel that Jiang Yang's breath is changing and weakening? Yu Mingkong stared at the terrifying gray fog in the sky with fear, and she was unwilling to give up. In her perception, Jiang Yang had disappeared into the depths, and his target was definitely the Nirvana Green Lotus. However, with this terrifying figure, she could not stop it. Is there a problem with Jiang Yang? It seems that he is not very relaxed. The weakening of his breath might be an accident. Jiang Yang was so confident and set up so many backup plans here, but now it's out of his control. Why is it that the more I look at it, the more it looks like Changa's hands and feet? This strange, familiar feeling. Did he really secretly follow me down? Yu Mingkong frowned. She could only think so. She waved her hand and ordered her subordinates behind her to watch the surroundings to prevent any stinky fish from sneaking in at this time. At this moment, Jiang Yang's face darkened when he heard Gu Changa's words. Compared to the contempt at the beginning, this kind of mockery made him even more furious. However, there was nothing he could do. When he was in the immortal Luin's sacred ground, he thought that Gu Changa dared to do so because he did not know his identity. However, who would have thought that Gu Changa already knew at that time, but pretended not to know and played him in the palm of his hand? Who are you? At this time, Jiang Yang's voice had calmed down. His state of mind was very strong. After all, his greatest trump card, the seal of samsara, was still there. He did not believe that Gu Changa could kill him. At most, all his efforts in this life would be in vain. However, he could still be reincarnated. Who I am is not important. What is important is that you are going to die today. Before you die, I can give you a chance to say a few more last words. Gu Changa smiled faintly. He knew what Jiang Yang was actually thinking. He did not mind making Jiang Yang despair before this. After all, in a desperate situation, the success rate of the fate plunder would be higher. Since ancient times, villains had died because they talked too much. That was because their methods were not meticulous enough. In Gu Changa's eyes, the Renzu's fate was rapidly depleting, especially when he fought with Yao Yao at the Heavenly Ascension Lake. In fact, it had already reached its lowest point. After all, breaking off relations with Yao Yao who was supposed to be on his side and helping him open up new territories, was enough to destroy Jiang Yang's last support. The many backup plans he had set up in the heavenly stellar realm had all vanished under Gu Changa's calculations. They had all turned into nothingness and were nothing more than illusions. How much fate did Jiang Yang have left? He was so stupid that he even destroyed his own wall in the immortal Luan sacred ground. He thought that the backup plan in the Heavenly Ascension Lake was flawless and could deal with everything. In the end, he was too arrogant and stupid. He was letting down all the reincarnations he had lived through. However, Gu Changa still did not attack Jiang Yang in front of Yao Yao and the many people outside. After all, if he did, his image as a master would be destroyed. When the time came, he would appear with the excuse that he was trapped. The timing was just right. He had grasped it very well. Moreover, Yu Mingkong was still watching everything from outside the Heavenly Ascension Lake. Gu Changa might as well warn her with the innate divine thought so that she would not barge in and ruin his plan. Most importantly, Gu Changa felt that with her methods, she might suffer a great loss at the hands of the Renzu in the Heavenly Ascension Lake. She had done what she had to do. Now, Gu Changa only needed to close the net. Last words? You are the first person who dares to say that to me. Since you already know that I am the Renzu, you should know that you can't kill me. No matter how many times I reincarnate, I will return again. Jiang Yang's expression became incomparably calm as he said faintly, knowing that many of his methods in this life were useless. He had given up on resistance. Although this could be considered a stain in his many reincarnations, he did not expect to suffer a great loss at the hands of Gu Changa and fall here. But it was not important now. He was already planning to shatter the seal of samsara and escape into reincarnation again. When the time came, his memories of his past life would return. When he remembered everything, he would let Gu Changa understand what regret was. As the Renzu, his methods were not something he could guess. You're still pretending at a time like this. Have you forgotten what I told you before? Young man, don't be so pretentious, especially in front of me. Gu Changa could not help but snort when he heard this. He was not surprised in the slightest. Instead, he stretched out his hand. Runes flashed and rules of order fell. Immediately, there was a roar like that of a tsunami, turning into an incomparably solid giant hand that blotted out the sky and slammed down at Jiang Yang. Poof! Damn it! Jiang Yang frowned and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Under the terrifying force, he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were ruptured and half of his body exploded. Gu Changa controlled his strength and did not intend to let him die so easily. The so-called son of destiny always had an inexplicable innate confidence. And the Renzu's confidence was that he could not kill him? It was ridiculous. Even if you kill me now, it's useless. I will return when it's time. No one can stop all of this. You can stop me this life, but you can't stop me forever. Jiang Yang's eyes were incomparably gloomy. His hair was disheveled and he was extremely embarrassed. At this moment he was covered in blood and lying on the ground, unable to stand up. But he still had a proud character that could not be humiliated. You'll return no matter how many reincarnations. Don't you think that's very Chinibu? Gu Changa smiled faintly and said something that Jiang Yang didn't understand. But it was obvious that it wasn't a compliment. With an ugly expression, Jiang Yang wanted to speak again. Even if he couldn't resist now, he wouldn't give in verbally. Rumble. However, Gu Changa did not give him a chance to speak. He stretched out his big hand again and covered him. This time it was even simpler. He directly grabbed Jiang Yang in his palm, as if he was grabbing a little ant that wanted to jump. Give up. Even if you annihilate my real spirit, it won't have any effect. My immortality lies in the fact that there are people in all the realms who praise my name. You're still too inexperienced to kill me. Jiang Yang thought that Gu Changa was angry and wanted to squeeze him to death. Thinking of this, he could not help but show a faint mockery on his face. After all, This was the only confidence he could find in front of Gu Changa. So what if he was plotted against? So what if he was going to die in this life? His pride was everlasting and he would not yield. Now you're just like a fool. Don't you want to know who I am? You're about to die, and you still think there's a glimmer of hope? Just how stupid is he? The smile on Gu Changa's face did not change and was still faint. As his words fell, Jianyang frowned, and the mocking words were frozen in his mouth. He felt that something was not right. He suddenly wondered if he had thought wrongly. At this time, Gu Changa was still so confident. Could it be that there was really a way to kill him? Jianyang did not believe it. Buzz! But in the next moment, his face suddenly changed dramatically, and his eyes were about to pop out. His face quickly turned pale and was full of horror and disbelief. Rich black light filled the air, accompanied by the heart-palpitating rules of the great Tao, fell down, forming a shocking waterfall-like scene. It was a floating great Tao treasure bottle held in Gu Changa's hand. As the black light flickered, it seemed that the universe would be swallowed up. Great Tao treasure bottle, how is this possible? You're actually the inheritor of the demonic arts? Jianyang could not help but tremble. His voice was full of unconcealable trembling and horror. For the first time in his life, he felt fear. The great Tao treasure bottle was too familiar to him. Why did he look for the inheritor of the demonic arts in every life to bring peace to the world and give the people a stable environment for cultivation? Because the great Tao treasure bottle was the nemesis of his reincarnation method, and it was the only nemesis. Therefore, he could not let the inheritor of the demonic arts grow and threaten him in the future. Thinking of the people in the world? That was *T. He just wanted to kill the existence that was a threat to him in the cradle in advance. Now you know who I am, right? Gu Changa smiled as usual. With a buzz, the great Tao treasure bottle rose and fell from the sky, shrouding Jianyang. A terrifying aura surged, like a dark divine light that covered the universe. How is this possible? You're actually the inheritor of the demonic arts. Jianyang's face became incomparably pale and full of horror. He no longer had the confidence that he could return from reincarnation. For the first time, he felt the threat of death. He never thought that Gu Changa's true identity was actually the inheritor of the demonic arts. It seemed that the terrifying figure that appeared outside should be Gu Changa's all transformations demon body technique. He now understood why Gu Changa had been plotting against him from the very beginning, wanting to kill him. How is this possible? How can the inheritor of the demonic arts in this life be so powerful? Jianyang's voice trembled slightly, still in disbelief. The inheritors of the demonic arts he had encountered before were not as powerful as Gu Changa, so powerful that even he could not resist. No, you're too weak. Gu Changa's voice was still understated. With a stomp, he immediately stepped on Jianyang. No, impossible. You're definitely not the inheritor of the demonic arts. Jianyang was extremely unwilling. Suddenly, there was a burst of 5-colored divine light in his eyes. However, in his current state, not to mention resisting, it was difficult for him to even speak. Under the terrifying suppression, many strange lights fell from the seal of reincarnation. But as the pressure of the great Tao treasure bottle fell, the light of the seal of reincarnation began to dim, and even cracks appeared as if it was about to collapse. This is the real great Tao treasure bottle, not condensed according to the cultivation method. I understand. I see. I know who you are. Jianyang's expression, paying attention to the great Tao treasure bottle that enveloped him, suddenly smiled bitterly, as if he had just noticed. Suddenly, his expression was no longer as unwilling and incredulous as before. Everything seemed to be natural, so calm that he could accept all of this. As expected, you haven't died. He smiled bitterly, already in despair. Why should I die? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not take Jianyang's words to heart, still smiling faintly. Although he was also confused, he knew that the existence of the Great Tao treasure bottle had a lot to do with his origin. After all, many of the memories were very likely to be sealed by him in the past. Even he did not know what would appear. The words of the human ancestor clearly showed that the Great Tao treasure bottle that he had was a real existence, forged with endless divinity and immortal charm, a true condensation of the Great Tao. At this time, Gu Chang'e naturally could not be bothered to explain anything. It seems that this generation's successor of the human ancestor's hall has also fallen into your hands. Jiang Yang was still smiling bitterly, full of despair. He thought of everything that had happened after he was lured out by the immortal Luin Holy Land. At that time, he had sensed the aura of the human ancestor's hall's secret technique, and it was clearly Gu Chang'e's doing in secret. "Oh, are you talking about her?" Hearing this, Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and waved his sleeve. The space in front of him suddenly split open, and Jiang Chuchu's figure fell out from the inner universe that had already evolved. She was cultivating on a blue stone. During this period of time, she felt uneasy and could not calm down, feeling that the human ancestor's reincarnation might have met with an accident. But she was not sure. Every day was like torture, and many complicated emotions flashed through her heart, making her sigh, not knowing what would happen in the future. Now that she was suddenly released from the inner universe by Gu Chang'e, Jiang Chuchu's expression was still a little puzzled. Her lotus-like eyes looked at Gu Chang'e with a questioning look. Could it be that Gu Chang'e was really going to show mercy and let her out? "Gu Chang'e!" Jiang Chuchu was about to open her mouth and ask for the reason. Gu Chang'e had already opened her mouth and very naturally wrapped her arms around her waist. She smiled faintly. "Meet the human ancestor you want to see the most. This will be the first time you see him, and also the last time. Don't say that I didn't give you the chance." Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu's expression froze, a little incredulous, as if she wanted to confirm it again. Then she looked at Jiang Yang, who was being suppressed by Chang'e and covered in blood, his face unrecognizable. She could not believe it. This extremely wretched person who was being stepped on by Gu Chang'e could be the human ancestor's reincarnation? He is the human ancestor. Jiang Chuchu's voice could not help but tremble, and she could not calm down at all. In the teachings of the human ancestor's palace, the human ancestor was an extremely great existence, and his various great achievements were praised by all. The painting that hung in the human ancestor's palace was still imprinted in the eyes of all the disciples of the human ancestor's palace. That imposing figure with his back to all living beings seemed as if no one in this world was worthy of him turning around. Such a person was now being stepped on by this great demon, and he could not even raise his head. But she was the successor of the human ancestor's palace, and she cultivated the techniques of the human ancestor's palace. The person in front of her was the human ancestor's reincarnation. His aura could not be wrong. Jiang Chuchu felt as if her world was about to collapse. She originally thought that although Gu Chang'e could gain the upper hand, the human ancestor would not be too much weaker. After all, he had many backup plans, and he himself had reincarnated countless times. In terms of strength and methods, how could Gu Chang'e be his match? However, the situation was the exact opposite of what she had guessed. Gu Chang'e was so powerful that even the human ancestor was not his match, and he was crushed by force. How is this possible? Jiang Chuchu muttered, her face as cold as ice, as if she had been struck by lightning. She had thought of saving the human ancestor, but even the human ancestor was not Gu Chang'e's match, so what could she do? Jiang Chuchu also despaired. Why is it impossible? He's just a thief, and now he's being stepped on by me. The person that your human ancestor's palace believes in is right in front of you right now. But do you dare to save him? Gu Chang'e looked at her and smiled casually. Jiang Chuchu's face was pale, and her body was trembling. If not for Gu Chang'e hugging her, she would have collapsed to the ground. At this time, Jiang Yang naturally saw Jiang Chuchu. She was the true successor of the human ancestor's palace. Speaking of which, she should be the woman who had protected him in this life. Now, from the looks of it, she seemed to have been suppressed by Gu Changa. In fact, she was not even a virgin. This made Jiang Yang feel despair, aggrieved, and resentment. Ew! Before he died, he wanted to curse out loud. It was also at this time that Gu Changa narrowed his eyes, feeling that the time was right. There won't be another life, and you won't have a chance. He smiled gently. Buzz! In the next moment, the great Tao treasure bottle trembled and began to fall. A terrifying black light flooded down and instantly swallowed Jiang Yang's body. Chapter 240. Boom! The terrifying aura had even surpassed the chaotic aura. There was a cracking sound in the space here. After all, this was a real great Tao treasure bottle. Divine light surged, condensed from the great Tao and pressed down. Even if the seal of samsara shone and tried to resist, it was drowned by the dark light. Ah! Jiang Yang screamed, and his voice soon disappeared. Gradually, there was no sign of life. Even the seal of samsara of the human ancestor dimmed and was shrouded by the dark light. The immortal aura was dazzling, and there was a rare balance. This balance was quickly broken. Of course, the devouring process would not be easy, and it would take time to slowly digest. After all, it was the accumulation of the human ancestors' Tao fruit over so many lifetimes. Even if the great Tao treasure bottle could devour everything, it still needed a process. At this time, Gu Changa also heard a notification from the system in his mind. The moment he attacked, he had already used the luck plunder card. Jiang Yang had been beaten to such a state, and it was the best time to plunder. Ding, plunder successful. Obtained the luck of the human ancestors' reincarnation. Jiang Yang. Obtained 8,000 luck points and 40,000 fate points. Ding, successfully killed the human ancestors' reincarnation, triggering the rules of luck dropping from 0. Obtained an additional heavenly Tao treasure chest. Ding, a series of system notifications sounded. Gu Changa did not care much about luck points and fate points. What he cared most now was what was in the additional heavenly Tao treasure chest after the human ancestor's death. Tao fruit? Seal of samsara? Or something else? Do you want to open 653 heavenly Tao treasure chest? Open. Gu Changa did not hesitate at all. A familiar gold treasure chest dropped out. However, compared to the other treasure chests, this treasure chest had an additional ring of purple light. It has a purple luck. Gu Changa was a little surprised. It seemed that the human ancestors' luck had indeed reached a relatively high level in the system. Buzz! Soon, only Gu Changa could see what was in front of him. A layer of golden light burst out, followed by a layer of mystical patterns, simple and majestic, slowly flowing. 3 of them were floating up and down, shrouded in a layer of dense light. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on obtaining Seal of Samsara X1, Purple Destiny Crown X1, Guidance Tao Fruit X1. Seal of Samsara? Gu Changa narrowed his eyes slightly. He recalled the reincarnation seal that he had condensed when he absorbed the reincarnation Tao platform left behind by the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign in the immortal ancient continent. This kind of thing could be a life at a critical moment. In other words, he now had another life, unless he met another inheritor of demonic arts who also had the great Tao treasure bottle. Of course, this was just a metaphor. It was impossible to encounter such a thing. With a thought in his mind, Gu Changa felt a vague and mysterious imprint disappear from his primordial spirit. Then it slowly landed on his primordial spirit and disappeared. Another life. With the protection of 2 seals of samsara, I have one more trump card. Gu Changa was quite satisfied. As for the purple crown of destiny, what was that? Then Gu Changa looked at its introduction, and his expression became a little strange. The purple crown of destiny was actually a mysterious item of luck. Even if his luck was black and not controlled by the heavenly Tao, it represented unpredictability and the unknown. but he could still use it. When wearing the purple crown of destiny, he could have a purple level of luck. As far as Gu Changa knew, purple luck was the highest level of luck that he currently knew. Of course, there was a time requirement for wearing it, and there were also many restrictions. At a critical moment, it might be an item with an extraordinary effect. After Gu Changa accepted it, he did not pay much attention to it. Finally, he looked at the guidance Dao fruit. From the name, it was quite strange. There was a layer of strange and ancient runes on the surface, deep and boundless. It seems that this is the human ancestor's talent. The guidance talent is related to the divine soul. Borrowing the Dao fruit is actually an extension of this talent. Soon, Gu Changa understood the function of this guidance Dao fruit and was a little stunned. Then he chose to fuse with it. This was a strange talent that belonged to the divine soul and could receive other people's Dao fruits. And this Dao fruit naturally included cultivation, essence spirit, and so on. Speaking of which, it was just a copy talent with a different name. Of course, it was not guaranteed to succeed. It depended on luck. However, the combination of the purple crown of destiny and the guidance Dao fruit, this was really a necessary method to dig a hole and throw the blame away. No wonder the human ancestor's divine soul can accommodate so many seals of samsara. It turns out that he has this kind of talent. Gu Changa felt an inexplicable aura spread out in his divine soul. In the inheritance of the ancient heavenly lord of samsara, there was a concealment technique, and naturally there was also a method to imitate. In the beginning, he used these methods to throw the blame of the inheritor of the demonic arts to Ing Shuang, the son of heavenly emperor, on the day of the Gu family's banquet. But now that he had the guidance Dao fruit, this was even simpler. If Gu Changa wanted to trick someone, it would be thousands of times more convenient. He felt that this was tailor-made for him. This time, it was really a shocking harvest. You killed the human ancestor. At this moment, after seeing Gu Changa put away the great Dao treasure bottle, Jiang Chuchu seemed to have come back to her senses. Her voice trembled slightly. Her face was pale, filled with fear and disbelief. She had personally witnessed the human ancestor die in front of her, but she couldn't do anything. She could only watch him die. This made her feel that her beliefs and world were collapsing. The majestic palace in the sea of consciousness between her eyebrows even began to glow, as if it was about to break out. So, what if I killed him? Don't tell me you're waiting for him to kill me? Gu Changa glanced at her and said casually. Jiang Chuchu found it difficult to accept this scene. For a moment, her heart was filled with guilt, regret, confusion, and doubt if she had been braver and fought against Gu Changa. Would the outcome have been different? Would the human ancestor have died? However, Gu Changa seemed to know what she was thinking. He said indifferently, "No, you will die here like him." Jiang Chuchu's face turned pale. She was not afraid of death. But when Gu Changa said these words, she felt a kind of palpitating fear and dread. However, Gu Changa changed the topic at this time. "However, I won't kill you. After all, I promised you." Speaking of this, he revealed a thought-provoking smile and continued, "You're right. Besides, you're my woman. I won't do anything to kill my own woman." Jiang Chuchu was stunned when she heard this. She did not expect Gu Changa to suddenly say that because she was his woman, he would not kill her. For a moment, she was silent, and her expression was very complicated. After all, to the outside world, there was currently a successor of the human ancestor's hall roaming the world. Since Gu Changa had the means to make the human ancestor disappear without a trace, wouldn't it be easy for him to make her disappear without a trace? Therefore, she did not doubt the truth of Gu Changa's words. It was not important. The human ancestor is dead, she murmured, thinking of the human ancestor's hall's purpose in existence. Now, even the human ancestor was dead. Was there any need for the human ancestor's hall to continue existing? When the time came, how would they explain themselves to the world? the human ancestor's hall would fall from its divine altar, consigned to eternal damnation. It would be difficult for it to return to its former glory. When she thought of this, Jiang Chuchu's expression became even more miserable. She did not know what she should do next. "Gu Chang'e, you might as well kill me." She simply opened her mouth and stared at Gu Chang'e. She planned to seek death without knowing the purpose of her cultivation in the future. After all, from the moment she was born, she was taught to work hard for the human ancestors' hall's glory. As a successor of the human ancestors' hall, she had to shoulder the responsibility. Now, the human ancestor was dead. It was obvious that the human ancestors' hall would fall apart very soon. When that time came, where would she go? What a pitiful person. Are you planning to live for the human ancestors' hall for the rest of your life? I've said before that I won't kill you. However, I do have an idea that can help you. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e showed some pity. He reached out his hand and tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear. Chapter 241. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuchu was stunned. She looked at Gu Chang'e's action of tucking her hair behind her ear, and her expression became even more complicated. She did not expect Gu Chang'e to be so gentle. For a moment, she felt a little flattered because Gu Chang'e was usually a cold and heartless person. She did not expect to see the slightest bit of warmth in his eyes. "What idea do you have?" Jiang Chuchu looked at him with sparkling eyes. She did not know why, but her voice lowered and was not as cold as usual. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e smiled and said, "The idea is actually very simple. Isn't it just the human ancestor? The people of the world need such a belief. Now, other than you and me, who else knows that I killed him? As for the human ancestor palace behind you, they will not know. You can rest assured about my methods. Therefore, other than you and me, no one will know that the human ancestor is dead. What the people of the world need is not the human ancestor himself, but the human ancestor as a person." He smiled and guided her patiently. Of course, if he did not kill the human ancestor, there would not be so many problems. However, he was the human ancestor. Now he was helping Jiang Chuchu with good intentions. If there were any outsiders at this moment, they would be extremely shocked to hear this. They would widen their eyes and feel a terrifying chill, thinking that Gu Chang'e must be crazy. Jiang Chuchu was also stunned and her eyes widened. She quickly shook her head. "No, how can this be? The human ancestor is irreplaceable. How can we find someone to pretend to be him? If this is the case, how am I different from betraying the sect?" She gritted her teeth and rejected Gu Chang'e's idea. Gu Chang'e interrupted her because he wanted to find someone to pretend to be the human ancestor. It was just like how he found someone to pretend to be the successor of the human ancestor palace, roaming the world and deceiving people. This made Jiang Chuchu feel uneasy. Not only was she betraying the sect, but it was more like she was in cahoots with Gu Chang'e and walking down the path of evil. It was more like she and Gu Chang'e had worked together to assassinate Renzu and replace him. This was something she was unwilling to accept. Gu Chang'e wasn't surprised. If Jiang Chuchu had agreed, he would have been surprised. He simply smiled and continued, "I just thought of a way for you. As for whether you accept it or not, that's your problem. Furthermore, the collapse of the human ancestor hall is a good thing for me. I can completely wash my hands of it. So, don't try to make me accommodate you." Jiang Chuchu fell silent with a complicated expression. She knew what Gu Chang'e meant. What did the survival of the human ancestor hall have to do with Gu Chang'e? All he had to do was kill him. At that time, who would know that he was the one who killed the human ancestor? Who would know that he was the inheritor of the demonic arts? In that case, why should Gu Chang'e ask for trouble? For a moment, Jiang Chuchu was somewhat taken aback. It was clear that Gu Chang'e had said this because of her. Speaking of which, besides treating her rather badly at the beginning, Gu Chang'e hadn't done anything else to her. She had truly harbored a deep malice toward Gu Chang'e from the very beginning. She didn't believe that he was a good person. In truth, in some aspects, he was evil to the core. When she thought of this, Jiang Chuchu's expression was incomparably complicated, as was her mood. But she really couldn't bring herself to betray her sect and wallow in evil with this great demon. Gu Changa, you'd better kill me. Thus, after thinking for a long time, Jiang Chuchu still decided on this method. She planned to end things by dying. Gu Changa frowned at these words. The smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a cold expression. Jiang Chuchu, don't try to test my patience. This time, he directly called Jiang Chuchu by her full name. Before this, he had always referred to her as Saintess Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu's originally calm expression changed again. She naturally felt the difference in this form of address. Clearly, her lack of appreciation made Gu Changa a little angry. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether this was Gu Changa's kindness or something else. Then Jiang Chuchu slightly gritted her teeth and said, Don't force me, Gu Changa. I'd rather die of old age than betray my sect. You killed Rinzhu. I already didn't do anything to you. You speak as if you dare to do anything to me. Gu Changa coldly interrupted her, then said indifferently, You wanted to die, but I didn't kill you. In other words, the previous you is already dead. The current you, this life, is given by me. What do you want to do with it? Did you ask for my permission? Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu's eyes suddenly widened. She was clearly stunned. Why did it sound so reasonable? But this was clearly Gu Changa's sophistry. In the next moment, Gu Changa waved his sleeve, and the door to the inner verse suddenly opened. He casually threw Jiang Chuchu in. Then he walked in as well. Gu Changa, you're despicable and shameless. Soon, in the inner verse, Jiang Chuchu was so angry that she couldn't help but curse. The mental state that she had cultivated in the past was as calm as still water. In front of Gu Changa, it was completely useless. In the deepest part of the heavenly feather lake, Zhao Yi, who had been guarding Jiang Yang, looked a little tired. At this moment, she suddenly felt the chaotic fog in front of her disperse. She couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. Jiang Yang, you've succeeded, however, before she could finish speaking. She froze in place, extremely shocked. Her eyes widened as she looked at Gu Changa, who walked out of the fog in horror. She couldn't believe that this scene was real. Wasn't this a mortal rumored to have fallen in the heavenly Yuhua Lake and been killed by Jiang Yang? But now, why did he suddenly walk out of it? Where was Jiang Yang? In all likelihood, he had met with misfortune. Oh no! Zhao Yi's expression was extremely shocked. She subconsciously planned to use the method that Jiang Yang taught her to activate the Seal of Immortals to deal with Gu Changa. But in the next moment, before she had time to react, her vision turned black. She felt a giant hand reaching out and covering her in an instant. Even the celestial seal floating in the air was slapped until it was shaking. Poof! In the next moment, Zhao Yi was in despair and couldn't help but beg for mercy. Immortal, please spare me. All of this was set up by Jiang Yang. It has nothing to do with me. She begged for flowers. She couldn't withstand the fluctuation, and her body instantly exploded. Previously, Gu Changa deliberately left her soul intact to cause trouble for Jiang Yang. Now that Jiang Yang was dead, there was naturally no need for Zhao Yi to stay. Her soul was immediately smashed into ashes, and her body and soul were destroyed. The weapon spirit in the Seal of Immortals also felt that something was wrong. It wanted to take the opportunity to break through the void and escape, but Gu Changa had already expected it. The golden Taoist scripture opened. The vast world within was like a scroll painting, enveloping all directions. The power of heaven and earth buzzed and opened up endless brilliance. The Seal of Immortals couldn't escape and fell directly into it. After Gu Changa kept this supreme weapon, he was not in a hurry to refine it because he had things to do now. As for Jiang Chuchu, he was not in a hurry. He knew that she would choose sooner or later. Boom! And soon, the terrifying gray fog above the heavenly Yuhua lake became more and more shocking. It was as if it could break through the outer region. In a distant place, many powerful cultivators looked over. Their expressions were still filled with shock, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. At this moment, the terrifying aura of the heavenly Yuhua lake swept out in all directions like a huge wave, surging violently. Once again, many cultivators who wanted to find out what was going on stopped in their tracks and couldn't get close. Yu Mingkong's subordinates were in charge of guarding the surroundings, so no one dared to barge in. Looking at the current situation, it was a dead end. Jiang Yang's aura disappeared. What happened? Yu Mingkong frowned. Then her figure flashed, and she activated a forbidden weapon to resist the remnant aura in the surroundings. She quickly rushed toward the heavenly Yuhua lake. This was because she saw that the terrifying figure in the sky seemed to have disappeared. She couldn't even feel the slightest bit of his aura. It was as if he had evaporated from the world. This was too strange. Moreover, she suddenly couldn't feel Jiang Yang's aura. She didn't know what had happened. Soon, Yu Mingkong arrived at the location of the Nirvana Green Lotus. She was stunned, and the doubt in her eyes deepened. The life force of the world, Nirvana Green Lotus, had already disappeared. It was obvious that it had been absorbed by someone. The first person Yu Mingkong eliminated was Jiang Yang. If Jiang Yang had successfully absorbed it, he would definitely rush out and take revenge on her. However, based on the current situation, Jiang Yang had failed. He might even have died here. This made Yu Mingkong's heart surge with shock. She found it hard to believe. Who had the means to kill Jiang Yang in this place? Moreover, it was in Jiang Yang's territory. There are Nirvana Green Lotus seeds in this place. Did they forget to take them away? Yu Mingkong was shocked when she noticed one of the items. She discovered the extremely precious Nirvana Green Lotus seeds. There were many of them, but they were not taken away. Instead, they were left in the lotus body. The many immortal opportunities and Taoist rhymes were still there. They were not affected at all. It was as if they were deliberately left here for her. I owe you a chapter, and I'll definitely return it tomorrow. 1000. Chapter 242. Yu Mingkong had her reasons for thinking that way. It was needless to say how precious the Nirvana Green Lotus was. Even the human ancestor had plotted for a long time for this green lotus. He had racked his brains and finally found a suitable place for it to grow in the heavenly stellar realm. When it matured, he would choose to pluck it. However, why did the mysterious existence that she did not know leave behind the equally precious lotus seeds after fusing with the Nirvana Green Lotus? Was he not going to take them away and leave them for the future generations? Yu Mingkong was very confused. She looked at the lotus seeds that were flickering with chaotic light in the depths of the lotus. All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind. What if that mysterious existence had been carelessly forgotten? What were the chances of that? Soon, she shook her head and felt that it was impossible. This was too ridiculous. After all, even the human ancestor's reincarnation had died in the hands of the mysterious existence. Furthermore, it was in the Heavenly Ascension Lake, a place where the human ancestor had set up many contingencies. Would the mysterious existence make such an obvious mistake? Also, Yu Mingkong had already felt a faint sense of familiarity before this. Women always trusted their intuition. Yu Mingkong was no exception. Therefore, she immediately frowned. She was almost certain that the mysterious existence had deliberately left this for her. However, she had never seen his true appearance. She was not even sure who the mysterious existence was. She could not understand why the mysterious existence had left this for her. Or was it also the mysterious existence that had warned her not to go near the Heavenly Ascension Lake? The two of them had never even seen each other before. Therefore, there was only one last possibility left. It was the mysterious, exalted immortal who had died in the Heavenly Ascension Lake. Why would he do that? Yu Mingkong frowned. She felt that she was very close to the truth of the matter. It seemed that the mysterious, exalted immortal's death in the heavenly ascension lake was intentional. It was to confuse the world and to make the human ancestor's reincarnation lower his guard. This calculation instantly reminded Yu Mingkong of a person. Her fiancé, Gu Chang'e. Besides Gu Chang'e, who else could have such means to destroy the human ancestor's reincarnation in his territory? Moreover, she connected the dots again. The truth had almost surfaced. Gu Chang'e. It must be this guy. Yu Mingkong clenched her teeth slightly and made up her mind almost instantly. Other than Gu Chang'e, she thought of all the possibilities, but could not think of anyone else who had such a terrifying method. She suddenly felt a little angry. This heartless guy actually hid it from her for so long. However, Yu Mingkong didn't know what to say when she thought about how she had secretly come to the lower realm without telling him. After all, she was in the wrong. Although she did have the intention of resolving the human ancestor's reincarnation and helping Gu Chang'e did not know about it. Now it seemed that Gu Chang'e had done something to her. That was why he was able to find out about her whereabouts and secretly follow her to the lower realm. Furthermore, he was able to hide in the dark and not show himself from the beginning to the end. The mysterious exalted immortal was also an image created by Gu Chang'e. Moreover, Yu Mingkong thought of the strange thing when Jiang Yang came to the appointment. Now it seemed that Gu Chang'e had secretly helped her at that time. Otherwise, Jiang Yang would not have come so obediently to let her set up an ambush. Yu Mingkong could not help but rub her eyebrows. Previously, she had felt that Gu Chang'e had planted spies around her. He said that he trusted her very much, but in fact, he was still paying attention to her movements. When they were in the immortal ancient continent, Gu Chang'e had found her many times because of this method. However, she had clearly cleaned up the people around her. How did Gu Chang'e find her? It seems that my actions when I left the Gu family aroused Chang'e's suspicion. That's why he followed me. Yu Mingkong softly muttered to herself. Very quickly, she found the suspicious point that would arouse Gu Chang'e's suspicion. It should be that when she left the banquet, she appeared to be in too much of a hurry. And Gu Chang'e's mind was like hair. He was incomparably meticulous. Naturally, he would notice this suspicious point. Yu Mingkong was not in a hurry to explain to Gu Chang'e when she returned to the upper realm. Since Gu Chang'e had followed her all the way here, he should have seen everything that she did. Yu Mingkong did not believe that Gu Chang'e would continue to be suspicious of her. But this guy still has some conscience. He didn't plan to leave me with nothing to drink. After Yu Mingkong understood all this, she let out a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. At this time there was nothing strange. These nirvana green lotus seeds seemed to have been left behind by Gu Chang'e, specially for her. Buzz! Therefore, she waved her sleeve. A wave of 5 colors divine light swept over and directly collected all of them. Then she left this place. She planned to wrap things up and solve some problems that could be easily exposed. Then she would return to the upper realm. Since Gu Chang'e had personally dealt with the biggest hidden problem, the human ancestor, she had nothing to worry about. Now that Gu Chang'e deliberately did not want to see her, she also knew that it was impossible to find Gu Chang'e with her own methods. It seemed that some things could only be asked after returning to the upper realm. However, she was worried that with Gu Chang'e's temperament, he would deny everything and say that all of this had nothing to do with him. In turn, he might even blame her for secretly coming to the lower realm. It had to be said that Yu Mingkong did not completely understand Gu Chang'e's temperament, but she was very clear about it. Gu Chang'e, leaving behind the nirvana green lotus seeds, for her already showed that she had a certain place in Gu Chang'e's heart. This made Yu Mingkong very happy. She, who had always been indifferent in front of her subordinates and confidants, could not help but smile faintly today. Her celestial beauty was peerless and unparalleled. On the other side, after being shot down into the heavenly lake by the figure in the gray fog high in the sky, Yao felt that she had retreated from the state of indifference and seeing everything as ants. She no longer had the strongest power and could destroy the world with a wave of her hand. Instead, She was once again that weak little girl who could not even be killed by a chicken. Now, she was slowly falling into the depths of the lake. She was powerless and desperate, not to mention struggling. She could not even muster a trace of strength. There was still that extremely terrifying pressure coming from above, which was still extremely shocking even through the lake water. Under that pressure, all living creatures could only choose to kneel on the ground and did not dare to move. Yao Yao knew that with Granny's strength, she could not save her at this time. Perhaps Granny would rush up and fight with that terrifying figure and would be one step ahead of her. They had already fallen out with Jianyang, so it was impossible for him to save Granny. Thinking of this, Yao Yao was a little sad. Speaking of which, this matter had nothing to do with Granny. She had come here with her, so she could have stayed outside, but because of her she would lose her life here. After all, no one except for Master could defeat such a terrifying existence, right? She was going to die here to accompany Master, Granny, and her brother Jianyang, who was long gone. Various scenes flashed through her mind. There were scenes of her playing with her brother when she was young, and there were also scenes of her spending time with Granny, but most of them were scenes of her being with Master day and night. Yao Yao can't avenge you, Master, but I'll be able to see you soon. At this moment, the thing that she regretted the most was that she could not find Gu Changa's trace and kill Jianyang to avenge her master and her brother. Buzz! Yao Yao's eyes were tightly shut, and she did not notice that the petal-like rune between her brows was currently blossoming with a resplendent light, illuminating the pitch-black bottom of the lake in a dazzling light. There was a strange light emerging from there. She could vaguely see a peach tree rooted in the endless chaos, and there were divine chains of order hanging there. It was at this moment that Yao Yao felt that she had fallen to the bottom. But why did she not feel like falling into mud, but instead felt warm? There was also no coldness and darkness as she imagined. It was just like that day when she fell from the sky and was suddenly caught by Master. She wanted to open her eyes, but in the next moment, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in her ears, like a spring flowing through a mountain rock, natural and gentle. "Little girl, why are you so disobedient? I told you to wait for me in the immortal Luin sacred land. Why did you sneak here alone?" Hearing this familiar voice, Yao Yao suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She did not know when the nearby lake water had been emptied, forming an absolutely gentle space. And the man in white who was talking in front of her and catching her, wasn't he the Master she was familiar with? Impossible, Master is already dead, isn't he? Could it be that this is the legendary underworld, and I'm seeing Master in the underworld? Yao Yao looked at everything in front of her in disbelief, and then muttered softly, feeling that she was already dead, which was why she was seeing Master in this place. But Master, he's really good-looking. No wonder I can't see his true appearance, usually. He has to be covered with fog so that no one can see him clearly. Otherwise, so many women would fight to be her Master's wife when they see him. Thinking of this, Yao Yao suddenly felt a little happy. Although she was dead, she had finally fulfilled a wish that she had always had. She finally saw what her Master looked like. She had always known that her Master should not be very old. He was not that kind of old antique with a gloomy aura. With this thought in mind, she suddenly found the courage to stretch out her small hand and touch her Master's face as if she was possessed by gods and demons. It was as if she wanted to see if the Master in front of her was real or fake. However, a hand blocked in front of her and knocked her on the head. At the same time, it was accompanied by a slightly helpless voice. "You little girl, what are you thinking about? Your Master is so powerful. How could he die? Even if he is in the underworld, Master can take you away." Huh. Yao Yao's little head suddenly couldn't turn around. Why would Master suddenly say this? Could it be that all of this was her imagination? Or was Master really not dead? She had always been wrong. "Master!" Yao Yao was about to open her mouth and ask again. However, in the next moment, the Master in front of her suddenly moved. With a wave of his robes, the entire lake began to surge, as if it was pushed away by a pair of invisible hands and was isolated. After that, he brought her into the sky and quickly left this place. Looking at the scene in front of her, even if Yao Yao's reaction was slow, she still reacted at this time. "Master, master, you're really not dead." She couldn't help but make a sound. Her small face was full of tears, and she burst into tears. She hugged Gu Changa tightly. Master was fine, he didn't die. During this period of time, the worry, uneasiness, sadness, and other emotions all burst out together like a burst dam, and her tears couldn't stop at all. How could Master die? What are you thinking? Gu Changa helplessly patted her head, and his voice was unprecedentedly gentle. Then he said, "It seems that during this period of time when I was not here, a lot of things did happen. I'm sorry, Master, I made you worry." At this time, he definitely couldn't say that during this period of time, he had been hiding in the depths of the Heavenly Ascension Lake to watch the show. In any case, he would just tell Yao Yao that at that time he had an accident and was trapped here and didn't know what was happening in the outside world. Gu Changa didn't know what to say to this pure and kind girl and could only do his best to compensate her in the future. Since he was her master, he naturally couldn't abandon her or anything. No matter how one looked at it, it was like this. Moreover, just now, even if he didn't show up, Yao Yao would be fine. As a Tao fruit, the power that she displayed now was only a small part of it. How could a mere bit of lake water drown her? It was just that she didn't know it herself and had been worried for nothing. Hearing Gu Changa's words, Yao Yao cried even harder, as if she wanted to cry out all the sadness in this period of time. Gu Changa shook his head slightly, and at this time he passed a breath of immortal qi to her, so that she wouldn't hurt her heart at this time. This was the easiest thing to do when in great joy and great sorrow. In this little girl's heart, he occupied an incomparable position, and soon, Yao Yao also slowly recovered from this mood of great sorrow and great joy. Thinking about her almost disrespectful action just now, her face was a little red. She raised her head. That pair of flawless black, gem-like eyes stared closely at Gu Changa. "Master, next time, don't let Yao Yao be alone, okay?" Looking at her almost begging tone, Gu Changa couldn't help but shake his head slightly and smile. Then he said warmly, "How can Master let you be alone? Didn't I promise you that even if you can't cultivate, Master will still take care of you?" "Little girl, what nonsense are you thinking about all day? You are Master's disciple." Hearing this, Yao Yao was a little stunned, and for some reason, she couldn't feel happy. Her tone was also a little depressed, as if she was disappointed. Yao Yao is just a disciple to Master. Of course, not just a disciple. Didn't Master tell you before? Sometimes Master is even closer to you than family? Hearing this, Gu Changa patted her head, and his voice was as gentle and calm as ever. Chapter 243. Although she was more satisfied with Gu Changa's answer than before, Yao Yao still felt a little frustrated. She did not know why she was so frustrated at such a young age. Sometimes her master was closer to her than family. She had always kept these words firmly in her mind. Now that her brother was no longer around, and her mother-in-law was most likely dead, the only family she had left was her master. "I've already avenged your brother, Jiangyang. You don't have to feel sad anymore. I saw him in the depths of the Heavenly Ascension Lake. I found out about you from him, so I killed him. However, it was only a strand of Immortal Luin's true soul that took over his body. The real culprit is still somewhere in the upper realm. However, don't worry, Yao Yao. I'll find him when the time comes." Gu Changa continued to talk to Yao Yao about her brother. Jiangyang was already dead, and the seal of samsara was still being suppressed and digested in the great Tao treasure bottle. Of course, he could not tell Yao Yao the details of the process. On the other hand, Yao Yao did not know Jiangyang's true identity. If Gu Changa told her that the real culprit was Immortal Luin, she would definitely blame it on Immortal Luin, with this layer of karma. Even if the peach tree behind Yao Yao wanted to calculate something, it would not be able to find out anything. After all, Immortal Lewin was indeed the human ancestor's accomplice. Had Gu Changa erased all traces of the human ancestor's existence? When the time came, they would only be able to find Immortal Lewin's head. After all, the Immortal Lewin seal and the Immortal Lewin sacred land were left behind when he left the heavenly stellar realm. I understand. Thank you, Master. Yao Yao could not help but nod when she heard Gu Changa's words. Even if Gu Changa did not do anything, she would have thought of ways to solve this hatred. Now that Gu Changa had helped her solve part of it, Yao Yao felt that she had to solve the rest herself. Yao Yao! At this moment, Grandma Silverflower, who had been hiding at the side of the heavenly lake, suddenly shouted in shock and surprise. Tears flowed down his old face. He was extremely emotional. When Yao Yao fell into the heavenly lake, she wanted to save her. However, the terrifying figure in the sky stood there. His aura was intimidating in all directions, enveloping the world. She didn't dare to move at all. Granny Silverflower was naturally extremely worried about Yao Yao's safety. However, all she could do was worry. She couldn't do anything. She really did not expect that Yao Yao would actually be brought out by Gu Changa. Granny, Yao Yao was also very surprised at this time. She thought that her mother-in-law would die in the hands of that terrifying figure, but she didn't expect that she was alive and well. You two should reunite first. I still have some unfinished business here. At this time, Gu Changa put Yao Yao down and said in a calm voice. His eyes fell on the terrifying figure in the sky. Yes, Master. Yao Yao was very sensible. She knew what Gu Changa was talking about. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Gray mist overflowed. Mountains collapsed and the earth split apart. Even a hole was torn open in the heavens. It was burned down like a mirror, breaking apart inch by inch and falling down. Such a scene was extremely terrifying. Not only did it make Yao Yao, Grandma Silverflower, and the rest uneasy, but it also made many of the supreme experts in the heaven region who had been paying attention to this place uneasy. The sky had collapsed, and such a terrifying crack had appeared. At this time, who could mend the sky? Boom! At this time, it seemed to have noticed Gu Changa. The terrifying figure in the sky was shrouded in thick gray fog. His cold and emotionless eyes suddenly fell. His blood was surging, and it was accompanied by a terrifying pressure that could shake the universe and turn the sea into ashes. This aura was too terrifying. It was as if a supreme, true demon was awakening. At this moment, not only the entire heaven region, but also the other regions in the heavenly stellar realm, the earth region, the Xian region, the flood region, all felt this peerless aura. All worlds were destroyed, and the universe was collapsing. Countless living beings and cultivators trembled under this aura. Their divine souls were about to collapse, as if they were facing a natural disaster. Terrifying divine chains of order intertwined there. Flames pierced through the sky, and one star after another trembled and fell to the ground. The entire world seemed to be heading toward its end. This is too terrifying. What is hidden under the heavenly ascension lake? Why do I feel that this aura has exceeded the range of what this realm can withstand? Yeah, what kind of terrifying demon is this? Just its awakening can destroy the sky. This is destined to bring disaster to all living beings. What should we do? The ancient existences in the divine mountains and forbidden areas watched this terrifying scene with trembling voices. Even their divine souls were trembling, and they began to feel despair. The higher one's level, the more they could feel this horror. This was no longer a power that the cultivators of the heavenly stellar realm could resist. The collapse of the sky was one thing. When that peerless true demon completely awakened and walked out of the heavenly ascension lake, it would sweep across the entire heavenly stellar realm. Looking at its current state, it seemed to be trapped in the heavenly ascension lake and could not leave. However, that peerless demonic power had already broken through the sky. At this moment, countless living beings and cultivators were pale and in despair. They all knelt on the ground, praying for a savior to save them. Do I look like a savior? But it's time for this disaster to end. Guchanga stood by the heavenly lake. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his figure was tall and straight. There seemed to be endless, immortal chi lingering around him. At this moment, when he heard these words that came from all over the world, his peerlessly handsome face couldn't help but reveal a wisp of interest. Master is the savior sent by the heavens to save us, Yao Yao said firmly. Yao Yao said firmly. She now had incomparable worship and trust for Guchanga. Her master's power was beyond imagination. Did the exalted immortal descend to the lower realm waiting for this day? Grandma Silverflower now respected Guchanga to the extreme, as if she respected a god. She had thought that he had already fallen here. However, she did not expect that he would appear again today, as if he planned to suppress this true demon with his own power. He was going to save the world. Boom! At this moment, Guchanga took a step forward. Streaks of immortal chi appeared, and the five-colored divine light beside him boiled. Black specks filled the air as they floated up and down. They seemed to contain many dried-up worlds. Heaven and earth resonated, and all Daos trembled. True dragons, immortal phoenixes, vermilion birds, kuan-pungs, and many other peerless, ferocious beasts appeared, as if a young immortal emperor was patrolling the sky. It was so powerful that it suppressed all the rules here. The sky trembled, and the heavenly ascension lake rumbled, and terrifying divine chains of order descended. The strength he displayed immediately far exceeded the restrictions of this world, reaching a world-shaking level. The majestic dragon of chi and blood was like a boundless mountain ridge. It pierced through the sky, tore through the universe, and was surrounded by endless, chaotic, immortal chi. Heaven and earth were shocked. Silence everywhere. It's that exalted immortal. Didn't he already fall in the heavenly ascension lake? A supreme expert from the divine mountain said in a trembling voice in disbelief. Countless cultivators and living beings watched this scene in fear. It was hard to imagine that a savior would appear at this time to save the world. Moreover, it was the exalted immortal who was suspected to have fallen in the heavenly ascension lake. For a time, cultivators and living beings from all over knelt down. They could not help but worship in that direction with incomparable reverence. The sound of prayer resounded throughout heaven and earth. Today, I will suppress you, the true demon, and clear the world. Guchanga stood up and shouted at the terrifying figure in the gray fog. You are not allowed to wreak havoc in the world. Scram back to where you belong. At this moment, he was full of righteousness, and there seemed to be endless light of merit flowing on his body. Hearing this, countless cultivators and living beings were excited, and their blood surged. Some even had tears streaming down their faces. They were moved, feeling an unquestionable righteousness that was going to purge all evil. Rumble. Soon, a huge battle broke out here. It was earth-shattering and extremely terrifying. The aura that Guchanga displayed was terrifying and boundless, covering the heavens and earth. The surroundings trembled as if there was a supreme universe pressing down from all directions. Every cell was emitting light, resplendent and releasing extreme power. Bang! Between heaven and earth, gray fog surged and surged. However, it was accompanied by a loud bang. The gray demonic chi dispersed as if bones were broken. Blood splattered everywhere, and a bloody mist swept out. In the world, only Guchanga's figure was left, eternally unparalleled, spanning the horizon. With a pung sound, this terrifying figure in the gray fog was blown apart. This place was like a bottomless black hole, and the demonic fog covered the sky. All the scenes disappeared. The scene just now became the last scene in the eyes of many living beings and cultivators. Their blood was boiling. I didn't expect this exalted immortal to be such a heartless person. I'm ashamed. If he had the courage of an exalted immortal, I wouldn't have to cower here. At this moment, many supreme existences were affected. They were also hot-blooded and rushed into the sky from all over to the Heavenly Ascension Lake to help Gu Changa suppress the true demon. Poof! However, before this group of living beings could get close to the Heavenly Ascension Lake, they were blown by the terrifying wind in the broken sky. Including their essence spirits, they were instantly turned into dust. This scene shocked everyone, causing countless living beings to tremble in fear. Indeed, this was not something that an ordinary person could do. For a moment, their respect for Gu Changa deepened. What kind of courage and righteousness was this to make him fight to the death there? Master, he will definitely be fine. He is the savior of the world. Yao clenched her fists and was brought away by Grandma Silverflower. They were far away from the terrifying battlefield, afraid that they would be affected. She believed in Gu Changa without a trace of doubt. Master would definitely be able to get rid of all the disasters. In the end, this terrifying battle that shocked the entire heavenly stellar realm lasted for half a day. Then, it was accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. It was as if it was extremely unwilling. Then, endless black light rushed out and covered the sky. No one could see what was happening inside. Then, the gray fog that covered everything dissipated, and even the terrifying aftershocks disappeared without a trace. Of course, the Heavenly Ascension Lake was also turned into ashes in this battle. Only ruins and dust were left. Nothing was left. The mountain range, the heavenly lake, the ancient trees, they were all turned into ashes. The gray fog dissipated. The sun shone down again, and the sky was clear again. Everyone was shocked and pleasantly surprised to find that the broken sky seemed to have been mended by that exalted immortal's supreme method. The chaos was stopped. However, that exalted immortal's whereabouts were unknown in the end. This became the greatest regret and suspense for countless cultivators and living beings. That exalted immortal had swept away all the disasters for the world, but in the end his whereabouts were unknown. Even his fate was unknown. This matter became an eternal mystery. Even after countless years had passed, no one knew about it. However, many people believed that with the exalted immortal strength, it was impossible for him to have any problems. It was very likely that after solving this disaster, he chose to fly away and return to the upper realm. Some people even felt that the exalted immortal had rushed to the Heavenly Ascension Lake to suppress the true demon inside. The Heavenly Ascension, Lake 653, was a place where peerless demons were sealed. When the seal was broken, the heavenly stellar realm would welcome its destruction. As for the exalted immortal, he was the savior sent by the heavens to save the heavenly stellar realm. All kinds of rumors appeared, and the more they spread, the more ridiculous they became. Amazing, but many people still believed them without a doubt. After all, the scene that day was too shocking. Some people even used shadow recording stones to record the blurry scene and spread it everywhere. This matter was also recorded in the annals of history for all living beings and cultivators in the future to remember in awe. Of course, because of the exalted immortal's kindness, countless cultivators and living beings were grateful and built a ruin called the Exalted Immortal's Ruins. In the Exalted Immortal's Ruins, statues rose from the ground and were worshipped by incense and faith every day. Of course, this was all in the future. At this time, Gu Changa had already left the heavenly region with Yao Yao and was ready to bring her back to the upper realm. In the end, Grandma Silverflower did not choose to leave with Yao Yao. With Gu Changa taking care of Yao Yao, she was very relieved. She still had her own things to do and regrets. Back then, there were many things waiting for her in the sect, so she did not want to leave the heavenly stellar realm. Although Yao Yao was reluctant, she expressed that she understood and would not force Grandma Silverflower to leave with her. Moreover, she believed that with her master's means he could bring her back to the heavenly stellar realm at any time. After all, such a powerful true demon that wreaked havoc in the world was suppressed by her master in the end. Back then, her master only seemed to be slightly injured. Of course, Guchanga would not tell her that the true demon that seemed to want to wreak havoc in the world was just his innate godly thought. He had no intention of wreaking havoc in the world at all, so he did not have the time. It was just a self-directed performance in front of all living beings, acting as a savior for once. The many effects that followed were actually not important. Of course, through this matter, he casually brushed up his great and righteous image as her master in front of Yao Yao. Besides, when the time came, even if there was a supreme existence that wanted to deduce the existence of the reincarnation of the human ancestor, and in the end it was deduced to the heavenly stellar realm, they might suspect that he was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Guchanga had played this chess piece in advance. However, he was not sure if anyone would investigate. During this process, he discovered many benefits. No wonder the human ancestor liked to use faith. The power of faith was the purest energy that could strengthen the primordial spirit. However, Guchanga had never believed in this. To him, faith was no more than rootless duckweed that could collapse at any time and could not last long. However, after devouring and refining it with the great Tao treasure bottle, it could even be used as another resource to help his cultivation. After that, after cleaning up many traces, Guchanga brought Yao Yao to a mountain peak that he randomly found. Yao Yao, today I will take you out of the heavenly stellar realm and return to the upper realm, he said with a smile. Chapter 244. The inner region of the upper realm, the territory of the longevity Gu clan. Guchanga brought Yao Yao away from the heavenly stellar realm, breaking through many boundaries along the way, and finally brought her to the territory of his clan. What she saw along the way made Yao Yao's eyes widen in shock. She saw many things that she had never seen or heard of before. The vast universe was magnificent and extraordinary, especially when she saw the guidance temple shuttling through the universe and the chaotic world. This was no longer something that could be explained by a miracle. If Guchanga had not patiently explained it to her, she would not have thought that there was such a Dharma artifact in this world that could travel freely between worlds. The heavenly stellar realm that she was in was extremely remote. It was hundreds of millions of miles away from the bustling area that Guchanga mentioned. At this moment, she finally understood why so many cultivators tried so hard to ascend to the upper realm. During this time, she also told Guchanga many things about the upper realm, so that he would not feel uneasy coming here and being unfamiliar with the place. Master, will you be very busy after returning to the upper realm? Yao could not help but ask softly. After this period of understanding, Yao also understood that Guchanga's identity in the entire upper realm was indescribably noble, the kind that people could not reach. He had to deal with many things every day, so it was impossible for him to be like in the lower realm where he could accompany her at any time. She was still clear about the secondary importance of these things. It's okay. Master won't be very busy. You have a special body, so I can send someone to investigate during this time. Who knows, maybe they can find out something. Guchanga smiled slightly when he heard this. Naturally, he knew what Yao was worried about. Although she was young, the things she knew far surpassed those of her peers. Guchanga even felt that Gu Xian was not as sensible as her. After receiving Guchanga's answer, Yao could not help but smile. Very quickly, Guchanga brought her all the way back to the Gu family. He saw Guchanga disappear quickly with a little girl. The clansmen patrolling outside the mountain gate couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. When did young Lord leave the mountain gate? I don't know. Why did you bring a little girl back this time? What is the identity of this little girl? Why does she deserve such treatment from the young master? They were very surprised. During this period of time, Guchanga had spread the news to the outside world that he was in seclusion, but it was very obvious that he was not. Instead, at some point in time, he quietly left and went somewhere else. However, as servants, they didn't dare to ask. They were just curious. Very soon, many members of the Gu clan noticed that Guchanga who had claimed to be in closed-door cultivation, had appeared with a little girl by his side. This shocked many of the clansmen. There were all kinds of guesses about the little girl's identity, but no one dared to say that she was Gu Changa's daughter. She looked like a little follower that he had accepted. As for a disciple, no one thought in that direction. How old was Gu Changa? How could he accept a disciple? Gu Changa wasn't surprised by the clansmen's thoughts. After all, it wasn't like when he left last time, where he hid it from everyone. This time he came directly from the mountain gate, so it was natural that he would attract attention. He also didn't want to go back quietly and let Yao Yao misunderstand, thinking that he was afraid of letting the clansmen notice her existence. The little girl's mind was very likely to wander for a long time because of a small detail. Very soon, Gu Changa brought Yao Yao back to the divine island where he lived. Then he instructed the maids to arrange for Yao Yao's daily life. After all, it was impossible to let this little girl live with him. Yao Yao was also very obedient. She followed the beautiful big sister in front of her to the place where she usually lived. When she arrived at the mountain gate where the Longevity Gu clan was located and saw the scene inside, she was already very surprised. For the first time, she discovered that a force could be like this. It was like a great world that had been established independently, vast and boundless with a myriad of scenes. Big sister! However, the first sentence that Yao Yao said made the maid in front of her so scared that her face turned white and she almost collapsed to the ground. Little ancestor, don't call me that. If other people hear it, I'll be in trouble. You can just call me by my name. The maid's face was pale, and she couldn't help but tremble slightly. She could see that Yao Yao's identity was not simple. Gu Changa's attitude towards her was very gentle, unlike the usual cold, high and mighty young master who looked down on everything. As a maid, she understood Gu Changa's temperament quite well. It was because of this that she felt uneasy and afraid. If Yao Yao called her that in the Longevity Gu clan, where rules and regulations were extremely strict, she would inevitably be punished if someone found out. I'm sorry. After hearing this, Yao Yao quickly understood what she meant and felt a little guilty. However, from this, it could be seen how terrifying her revered master's power in the upper realm was. His every word and action carried great authority. Just the way he addressed her was enough to frighten people to this extent. When she thought of this, she admired Gu Changa even more. On the other hand, after returning to the palace, Gu Changa summoned his trusted aide, Ada, and asked him to report everything that had happened in the upper realm during this period. During this period, some ancient beings have discovered signs of Inde Ultimate and are very uneasy. Therefore, various orthodoxies have discussed and decided to build a true immortal academy together. During this period, they're preparing to start Project Immortal. I hope that someone in this generation can become an immortal and stop the descent of Inde Ultimate. In addition, during this period, many ancient freaks and sealed ancient kings have appeared, and the Golden Age has begun. Emperor Ying's son from Emperor Mountain has not left Emperor Mountain during this period because he is suspected to be the inheritor of the demonic arts. Another successor of the Ancestral Man Hall is also wandering around, trying to find the reincarnation of the Ancestral Man. Soon, Ada arrived and respectfully reported everything that had happened during this period. After hearing this, Gu Changa did not pay much attention to it. Everything was still under his control. After all, he claimed to be in closed-door cultivation. Therefore, during this period, Gu Changa seemed to have disappeared without a trace, and there were not many things about him. Moreover, without him stirring up trouble, Ing Shuang, who had been labeled as the inheritor of the demonic arts, did not dare to appear casually. The other ancient freaks and sealed young kings were not stupid either. They would not do anything to provoke him at this time. Except for the appearance of the Inde, which was a little out of Gu Changa's expectations, everything was still developing in the direction that he wanted. Oh, right, young master. Some time ago, the daughter of Emperor Ying from Emperor Mountain came to visit you. However, she waited outside the mountain for a long time and left in anger in the end. After that, Ada spoke again and reported something that happened when Gu Changa had just left the longevity Gu family. After all, the ancient princess had specifically asked to visit Gu Changa. However, Gu Changa was not there at that time. Without his permission, no one dared to talk to the ancient princess, who knew what her purpose was at that time. Therefore, no one talked to her in the end. The ancient princess could only leave angrily with her people. It seems to be Ying Shuang's younger sister. Gu Changa was a little interested. He was quite clear about the connections behind Ying Shuang, the scapegoat. Ying Shuang's younger sister, Ying Yu, was a very talented young supreme being. In terms of strength, it should not be a problem for her to crush all the young supreme beings today. After all, she had the bloodline of Emperor Ying, but she had been sealed until now. Therefore, Gu Changa felt a little regretful when he heard that she had left, because he had planned to make a move on Ying Yu from the beginning. However, because he had to go to the heavenly stellar realm, he missed the time. Therefore, he needed to make some arrangements to make Ying Shuang, who was supposed to be a servant girl, give herself away. Gu Changa did not expect that the title of the inheritor of demonic arts would always be on his head. After all, the calculation at that time was very shallow. As long as he used some tricks and schemes, he would be able to solve it. He felt that Ying Yu had most likely come to him because of this matter. If he spoke, Ying Shuang would be more likely to be cleared of suspicion as the inheritor of demonic arts. Aren't you afraid that I will make it worse? Gu Changa could not help but laugh. He did not seem to care. Although the human ancestor had disappeared, it did not mean that his identity was not at risk of being exposed. Because, in addition to the human ancestor, there were many ancient beings who knew a lot about the inheritors of demonic arts. In addition, a young supreme being with special talent like Jiang Chuchu might be able to detect his true identity. Therefore, Gu Changa had to use up all of Ying Shuang's value and then continue to find a third scapegoat. Then he waved his hand and asked Dada to leave. He began to think about what to do next. He should first deal with the Inde. He also said that he should first get rid of Ying Shuang, the child of Providence who had taken over the body of the big boss. After all, there would always be a general trend that would appear and give him some fancy sons of Providence to use as leaks. Gu Changa did not know what to say about this. But before that, I should improve my strength first. Then Gu Changa sorted out and digested the many gains from this trip to the lower realm. The huge amount of fate points and fate points were one thing. In addition, he had gained a disciple, Yao Yao. The many divine items dropped by killing the human ancestor's reincarnation were another thing. Secondly, the Nirvana Green Lotus had improved his physical body to an extremely terrifying level. Now that my realm has reached the Saint Realm, my physical strength is probably close to the Great Saint Realm, and so is my spirit. Gu Changa estimated his exact strength. Because realm did not represent true combat strength, he still had many magical powers, artifacts, and other means. In other words, even if he encountered a quasi-supreme, he had a way to deal with them. Of course, this kind of quasi-supreme referred to those who had just entered the quasi-supreme realm, at most the first or second heaven. As for the heavenly immortal canon's surface realm, Gu Changa maintained it around the quasi-saint realm. It was not ridiculously high and was within the range that everyone could accept. Anyway, he could adjust his surface realm at any time through his fate points. He was not afraid that people would notice anything unusual. Then, Gu Changa continued to use his fate points to exchange for 10 transcendence bones. A familiar, mysterious, and clear aura flowed through his limbs and bones. Then the bones, which were already unusually bright, spewed out multicolored light, accompanied by waves of Tao sounds. An indescribable and mysterious feeling spread out from his bones. This was the meaning of transcendence. Gu Changa felt that his understanding of the various magical powers and the laws of the great Tao had deepened by a lot. Cultivators of the same realm could not catch up to him even if they flattered him. At the same time, on another majestic divine island in the longevity Gu clan, Gu Xian who was wearing a long dress with wide sleeves, recovered from her cultivation, and slowly exhaled. Strands of immortal Tao Qi breathed in and out from her mouth and nose, slowly nourishing her body. Between heaven and earth, the supreme power of laws transformed into countless rays of multicolored light. As she breathed, they fused into her body, making her look like she was full of immortal intent and mystery. Countless Taoist rhymes and spiritual vigor also crazily surged from the four seas and were swallowed by her breath when she stopped cultivating. A sparkling and translucent bone, overflowing with immortal intent, was shining brightly. Its surface was filled with all kinds of complicated laws, and traces of the great Tao were firmly imprinted on it. Buzz! In the next moment, her cultivation suddenly changed and broke through to the mid-stage true God realm. She had already surpassed many young primes who were older than her. Xian, Ai's strength has broken through again. How long has it been since she last broke through? I'm afraid it won't be long before she can catch up to Chang'e. This girl has also suffered a lot. She is even more hardworking than the other disciples. When the few elders near the divine island saw this scene, they smiled with gratification and praised Gu Xian'er. During this time, Gu Chang'e said that he was in seclusion, but in reality he had disappeared without a trace. Gu Xian'er went to look for her parents and returned. She found that they were fine, but they would not be able to return in a short time. Thus, she accompanied her parents for a while before returning to the clan and began to cultivate diligently. She discovered Gu Chang'e's good intentions. After all, she had heard many things from her parents. She knew that there had always been people looking for them everywhere. Under her careful investigation, she found that those people were actually related to Gu Chang'e. She had just returned to the clan when she heard news of her parents. All these coincidences could only mean that Gu Chang'e had specially prepared for her. Unfortunately, Gu Chang'e did not intend to tell her these things. This made Gu Xian'er angry and touched. Gu Chang'e was a person who was cold and stubborn on the surface, but in reality he was more considerate of others than anyone else. However, he did not tell anyone and chose to bear all these by himself. That was why he used this opportunity to encourage her to cultivate diligently. He was worried that she would be killed by him when he could no longer suppress his demonic nature. All these pains made Gu Xian'er not know what to say to Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e did not care about her concern and refused to put down his high and mighty face. This was what angered Gu Xian'er the most. At the Nirvana Pond, Gu Chang'e could not suppress his demonic nature. Many things that happened during this time still appeared in her mind from time to time. Gu Xian'er discovered the difficulties that Gu Chang'e had been stubbornly hiding, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She could not help but feel sorry and guilty for Gu Chang'e. That was why Gu Xian'er did not want to disappoint Gu Chang'e and cultivated diligently. In addition, during this time, she was also thinking of ways to look up various ancient books to see if she could solve the problem of Gu Chang'e's demonic nature. At this time, Gu Xian'er finished cultivating and was about to get up. A maid suddenly rushed over and quietly ran to her side to report the matter. Her expression was very serious. What? Body? After Gu Chang'e disappeared, he actually brought a little girl back? As soon as Gu Xian'er heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. She felt inexplicably uncomfortable in her heart. Even her words had an inexplicable sour taste. She was Gu Chang'e's sister, okay? Chapter 245. At that time, many of the clansmen saw young Master Chang'e bring a 5- or 6-year-old girl back from outside the mountain gate. That little girl looked quite obedient and quiet. Hearing the servant girl's report, Gu Xian'er fell silent. She felt more and more uncomfortable. Quite obedient and cute? Could it be that Gu Chang'e liked a younger sister with that kind of personality? And her own personality was indeed not quiet and obedient at all. Sometimes she liked to be the opposite of Gu Chang'e. So, Gu Chang'e found a new younger sister? How is this possible? Gu Xian suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure. She didn't believe this news at first, but now many of the clansmen had seen it with their own eyes. According to Gu Changa's past behavior, how could he bring a little girl with him? That would be a burden to Gu Changa. If the sun didn't rise from the west, then there must be something fishy about this. Was there something special about that little girl? But no matter what, at this moment, Gu Xian felt sour in her heart. After all, before this, she was Gu Changa's only younger sister. Now that there was another little girl, what if Gu Changa didn't dote on her in the future? She didn't mean that she would compete with a little girl or anything. Bah! It was completely because Gu Changa finally showed his gentleness to her. She really didn't want to see Gu Changa treat other little girls so well, and she had spent so much effort to get what she wanted. Why did that little girl get it so easily? Gu Xian wasn't a saint. Naturally, she had her own selfish motives. Thinking of this, she felt even more sour in her heart. In the beginning, she was the one who hated Gu Changa the most. Now, the one who felt the most heartache and guilt for Gu Changa was also her. But Gu Changa's attitude towards her made her feel a little uncomfortable. For a moment, Gu Xian was a little worried. Was it because she did not visit Gu Changa some time ago, so he felt that it would be better to bring a new sister back? But it was clearly his attitude that was very cold, and he didn't care about her at all. She began to let her imagination run wild. She was no longer as smart and crafty as before. After that, Gu Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and his expression returned to its usual calm. She said, "Take me to see the little girl that Gu Changa brought back. As her elder sister, I should take a good look at her." The last sentence seemed to be said to himself, giving himself an excuse. Yes, Mississippi, the servant girl who made the report, smiled bitterly. She didn't dare to not report this matter, but after she did, Gu Xian wouldn't let this matter rest. She was a little worried that Gu Changa would blame her when the time came. Soon Gu Xian was led by the servant girl to the divine island 657 Gu Changa was on. Along the way, many of the clansmen who saw her were a little surprised and found it hard to believe. There was a deep hatred between Gu Xian and Gu Changa. Before this, although they knew that Gu Changa had already dug out his bones and returned his sister, how could this kind of hatred be so easily resolved? They didn't know that Gu Xian and Gu Changa had many grievances during this period of time. Now, they still thought that these two bloodlines didn't have any contact with each other. If I remember correctly, this is Miss Xian's first time coming to the divine island where young master is. Yes, before this, I heard that she had never set foot here, but I don't know why. Could it be that she saw young master coming out of seclusion and decided to pay him a visit? I heard that last time at the Nirvana Pond, young master fell into chi deviation for some reason, and Miss Xian and the others were greatly affected. However, Miss Xian's cultivation had a breakthrough during this period of time. She's really too strong, but it's a pity. If she hadn't been wandering outside all these years, she would probably be comparable to young master now. Many of the clansmen watched this scene and discussed in low voices. They were very curious and amazed. There was no need to say much about Gu Xian's talent. Many of the elders in the clan thought that she could be compared to Gu Changa. Soon Gu Xian arrived at the palace where Yao Yao was currently staying. She didn't care about the discussions of the clansmen nearby. She mainly wanted to see who this little girl was. In the palace, the servant girl who brought Yao Yao here was telling her about the Longevity Gu clan in a low voice. The two of them were completely unaware that Gu Xian had already arrived outside the palace. Yao Yao's little face was full of seriousness as she listened to some of the rules of the Longevity Gu clan. The clan that master belonged to was far more terrifying than any power that she knew of. Just the degree of strictness of the rules was incomparably shocking. "You're the little girl that Gu Changa brought back?" At this moment, Gu Xian who was at the entrance of the palace, suddenly spoke. Her voice was cold and calm, and she was sizing up the two people in the palace. Only then did they notice her arrival. Miss Xian. The servant girl in the palace heard this voice and looked over in shock. Then she hurriedly greeted her respectfully. However, she was curious as to why Miss Xian would come to this place. Yao also looked over in shock. At the entrance of the palace, an extremely beautiful older sister was standing there without them noticing. Her figure was slender, and she wore a flowy dress with wide sleeves. She looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens, and her eyes were otherworldly and cold, without a trace of dust. Are you Master's wife? She was still a little confused and didn't understand who this beautiful older sister was. So she subconsciously spoke, thinking that she was Master's Tao companion. However, looking at her age, she didn't seem old. What? Hearing this, Gu Xian's eyes suddenly widened. She couldn't maintain her cold expression at all. Her head buzzed for a moment, as if it was hit by a huge bell, and suddenly became empty. A blush instantly appeared on her flawless, jade-like face. Then she hurriedly waved her hands to deny it. Her heart was beating very fast, and she was extremely flustered. It's not me, don't talk nonsense. This little girl, how could she speak like this, asking if she was Master's wife the moment she arrived? She was only Gu Changa's younger sister. Master's wife. How could that be? However, this little girl looked quite well behaved, and her words were pleasant to hear. Gu Xian couldn't help but curve her eyebrows. Before she came, she still had some hostility, but inexplicably, the feeling disappeared like smoke in thin air. She was full of love for this fairy-like, porcelain doll-like little girl. After all, from the way she addressed her, she should be Gu Changa's little disciple. Therefore, she couldn't threaten her position as his younger sister at all. Moreover, Gu Xian felt a very strange and familiar aura from Yao Yao. It was incomparably natural and peaceful, like the feeling when listening to Sister Tao Yao's sermon in the Peach Village. How could she possibly be hostile to him again? She was now an elder. What's your name? Gu Changa is my older brother. I'm not some Master's wife. Thinking of this, Gu Xian couldn't help but smile. She squatted down and patted Yao Yao's head. Hello, little martial aunt, I'm Yao Yao. Yao Yao also felt Gu Xian's kindness. She was originally a little timid, but she couldn't help but relax a lot. Little martial aunt? Yao Yao, this name is really nice, the Yao Yao of Peach Brilliant. Since you've called me that, then I have to give you a greeting gift. Otherwise, Gu Changa will probably scold me in the future. Gu Xian was slightly taken aback. He was still very satisfied with this form of address. Thinking of this, her smile deepened. With a wave of her jade hand, a series of magic tools suddenly appeared in the air in front of her. Jade cauldron, golden seal, large bell, plain belt, golden light surged, its power vast. Every one of them was extremely precious. In the outside world, it would cause cultivators to fight tooth and nail for it. With her stingy and money-grubbing personality, to be able to take out these precious magic tools as a gift, this was enough to show that she had put in a lot of effort. After all, in the past, she even wanted to get a few more of Gu Changa's magic tools. Thank you, little martial aunt. Yao Yao revealed an obedient smile. She knew a lot about the principles of how to deal with people. She understood that if she didn't accept it, Gu Xian would inevitably think that she was untactful. So she accepted it obediently. It was just that she couldn't cultivate, and magic tools were usually not of use. Good girl. Gu Xian nodded and revealed a smile like an elder. Yao blinked her large eyes. For some reason, she had a good impression of this excessively beautiful little martial aunt. It was as if the two had known each other for a long time. After that, Gu Xian stayed here and asked Yao Yao many questions. He indirectly asked about Gu Changa's whereabouts and news during this period of time. Before returning to the longevity Gu family, Gu Changa had already given Yao Yao many things. Now that Gu Xian asked her, she answered without any hindrance. Gu Chang'e actually went to the lower realm to return a favor. Hearing Gu Chang'e's purpose of going to the lower realm, Gu Xian was a little shocked. Then, from Yao Yao's mouth, she heard that Gu Chang'e became a savior and suppressed a terrifying true demon in the lower realm, saving the world's lives. This made her speechless for a long time. Sure enough, Gu Chang'e was like this. No matter how cold he looked on the outside, he was actually very gentle inside. Otherwise, why would he do something like saving the world's lives? Thinking of this, Gu Xian felt that she had to find a good time to lay all her cards on the table with Gu Chang'e. She couldn't let him bear all this alone anymore. On the other side, Gu Chang'e naturally knew that Gu Xian went to find Yao Yao, but he didn't care. Since he brought Yao back to the family, he naturally thought of all the countermeasures. He wasn't afraid of being questioned at all. Gu Xian should be able to sense something strange about Yao Yao, but I don't know if she can link it to the peach tree behind her. Gu Chang'e's expression was slightly strange. After the Nirvana Pond incident, he had ignored Gu Xian for a long time. According to her personality, it was impossible for her to continue suppressing it. In order to resolve this hatred, Gu Chang'e had put in a lot of effort. Now he was waiting for Gu Xian to take the initiative to bring him back to the Peach Village to meet her masters. This way, this hatred could be put to an end. Gu Xian's personality was relatively pure and kind, but the group of old monsters behind her couldn't be fooled so easily. So he still had to make another preparation. Calculating the time, it's about time for Yan Ji to come back. Gu Chang'e thought of another very important thing. Although he could fool them for a while, he couldn't fool them forever. Now, Jiang Chuchu understood a little. Gu Chang'e decided to give her a chance. Otherwise, if the other successor of the human ancestors' hall, Wang Xin, noticed something unusual, it would affect his plan. As a transmigrator, Wang Zijin was not easy to deal with. So he sent a message to ask Yan Ji to come back. As for the excuse, it was nothing more than seeing that Gu Chang'e was in seclusion. So she came to visit and discuss how to deal with the successor of the demonic technique. A few days later, the news of Gu Chang'e coming out of seclusion spread from the Gu family, causing many of the younger generation to be shocked. After all, the Gu family couldn't possibly say that Gu Chang'e had returned from the outside world, so they could only say that his cultivation level had improved again. In an instant, the already turbulent upper realm heavens were stirred up again. The successors of the various great imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies felt deeply pressured. Even the ancient freaks who recently came into the world frowned, feeling that the atmosphere was not right. The younger generation was extremely respectful to Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e had always been known as the #1 person among the younger generation. Now that he had come out of seclusion and his cultivation level had improved again, wouldn't it mean that the gap between the younger generation and him had been infinitely widened again? There were many people of the younger generation who had such thoughts. During this time, the successor of the demonic technique went silent again. The various forces didn't hear any news about the successor of the demonic technique, and no one died under the demonic technique. This caused a lot of discussion. Emperor Ying's son, Ying Shuang, also stayed at Emperor Sky Mountain obediently. There was no news of him leaving. This made many cultivators look strange. During the time when the successor of the demonic technique disappeared, Ying Shuang also didn't appear again. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? At the same time at Emperor Sky Mountain, as the person involved, Ying Shuang could only grit his teeth and swallow these rumors, feeling extremely sullen. If he left Emperor Sky Mountain, he would inevitably be attacked by some cultivators and living beings who raised a banner of suppressing the successor of the demonic technique. He would be like a rat crossing the street, hated by everyone. However, if he didn't leave Emperor Sky Mountain and the successor of the demonic technique didn't appear, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He could only sullenly take the blame and be eaten up. He was in a dilemma. Unless the successor of the demonic technique appeared and took the initiative to kill other young people to clear his name, He would have to bear the blame for this period of time. No matter what, the successor of the demonic technique has nothing to do with you, brother. No matter how the outside world wrongly accused you, it won't be true. In the hall, the tall Yu with long silver hair spoke. She frowned slightly and comforted Ing Shuang, who didn't look very good. I know, but to be wrongly accused like this, anyone would do the same. Hearing this, Ing Shuang revealed a bitter smile and sighed. I don't know who I offended to be framed like this for no reason. I have no enmity with Gu Chang'e and the successor of the human ancestors' palace. Why would they splash this black water on me? Ing Shuang said, placing himself on the side of the victim. His tone was very helpless. However, in his heart he hated Gu Chang'e and the others so much that he gritted his teeth. During this period of time, he found a lot of methods. Compared to the previous Ing Shuang, the difference wasn't that big, other than his cultivation being weaker than the previous Ing Shuang. Even Ing Yu couldn't find any abnormalities in other aspects. This made Ing Shuang sigh in relief. This was the only good thing among all the bad things. Being Prince, Ing was getting more and more comfortable as if this was the real him. There must be something wrong with this matter. If it was just Gu Chang'e saying this, then it might be an accident. However, the two successors of the human ancestors' palace both felt that the successor of the demonic technique was brother. Isn't it too much of a coincidence? I feel like there's something strange about this. Ing Yu said softly, her eyes fixed on Ing Shuang's expression, wanting to see if there was anything strange. She wasn't sure if Ing Shuang was hiding something from her. Hearing this, Ing Shuang's heart jumped, but his expression was very calm. Sister, what you said is also what I'm confused about. Logically speaking, I've never seen the three of them before. His biggest secret was that he had inexplicably taken over Ing Shuang's body. Being stared at by Ing Yu like this made him feel a little uncomfortable. Forget it. In any case, the true Immortal Academy will be established soon. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain will also send a supreme expert there. I heard that that person is someone from the same generation as Father. When the time comes with him protecting us, there won't be anyone who dares to provoke us in the true Immortal Academy. Then, Yu continued, when she mentioned the true Immortal Academy, a yearning look appeared in her eyes. After all, that was an academy that gathered the resources of many of the higher realms' great orthodoxies, and its purpose was to nurture a true immortal in this generation. Even though her talent was great, and she was also the descendant of Ing Tian Emperor, her bloodline astonishing, she still didn't have the confidence to compete against many young heavenly talents in this generation. Meanwhile, the true Immortal Academy was perfect for her to undergo tempering. It was an exceptionally good cultivation place, a place where heavenly talents gathered and stars gathered. All of the younger generation looked forward to it, hoping to become a fish that leaped over the dragon's gate there, stepping into a new world. Hearing this, Ing Shuang's smile became a bit stiff. Honestly speaking, he didn't want to head to the true Immortal Academy. He was clear about his own abilities. When the time came when he faced so many younger generation experts, how many people could he compete against? However, as Prince Ing, this wasn't up to him to decide. Sister is right. After staying in the Heavenly Emperor Palace for so long, when the time comes to head to the true Immortal Academy, it's time for me to show off my Heavenly Emperor Mountain's might. However, Ing Shuang had a confident and disdainful expression on his face. When he said this, Ing Yu couldn't help but feel admiration. This was the older brother she was familiar with. Chapter 246. With Brother Gu's talent, he should be heading to the Immortal Academy this time. I should be able to see Brother Gu again soon, and I can ask him about these things. At this time in the ancient Yi clan, Yi Langtian was pacing in the main hall with his hands behind his back. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes, and he seemed very serious. Brother, if this is true, then it's too scary. An inheritor of the demonic arts is scary enough. Beside him, Yi Lili's expression was also very serious. There was worry on his face, and he was shocked by something that happened recently. Yes, this is too shocking. Otherwise, why would I be so cautious? Speaking of this, I have to discuss it with Brother Gu. Before this, it might be related to the inheritor of the demonic arts that appeared before. Hearing this, Yi Langtian sighed. His expression was unusually serious, and he rubbed the space between his eyebrows. But this possibility is too small. Besides, Prince Ying has never left Tianhuang Mountain during this time, and the place where this happened is very far away from Tianhuang Mountain. Hearing this, even Yi Liuli could not help but shudder. Then he asked, "Brother, do you think this is related to the organization of the inheritor of the demonic arts?" Yi Langtian shook his head. "No, there's only one inheritor of the demonic arts in each generation. The people in the organization behind him at most have some tricks up their sleeves, and they were established to help him. It's impossible for another inheritor of the demonic arts to suddenly appear." His mood was even heavier. The appearance of an inheritor of the demonic arts was already scary enough. It was enough to set off a storm in the upper realm, and it was enough to make all living things tremble in fear. Now he found traces of another inheritor of the demonic arts, and it was very likely to involve an existence that existed in ancient books. His background was frightening. This matter made Yi Langtian's back feel cold. He did not know what to do. Some time ago, he and Yi Liuli went to an ancient city's auction site. They heard that an ancient weapon was unearthed and was being auctioned there. However, they were half a step too late. When they arrived, the ancient weapon had already been bought by someone. The two of them didn't want to give up on that ancient weapon because that ancient weapon had a very deep history. As such, they followed him, but they never thought that they would run into something that would shock them. In a desolate mountain range, he saw the mysterious person who had auctioned off the ancient weapon was cultivating with the essence of the ancient corpses nearby, swallowing and spitting out the moonlight of heaven and earth. As if sensing the two approaching, the mysterious person was extremely vigilant. Soon he disappeared without a trace. At that time, Yi Langtian and Yi Liuli both felt a chill run down their spines. They stood rooted to the ground, their limbs cold. If such a technique was not the rumored forbidden demonic arts, then what was it? Fortunately, that mysterious person didn't attack them and quickly fled. Otherwise, they were not confident that they could survive in the hands of the inheritor of demonic arts. Other than Yi Langtian, the only other person who knew about this was Yi Liuli. Even the elders in his clan had not been informed. As this was a matter of great importance, he couldn't make up his mind. The only person he could think of now was Gu Changa. After all, Gu Changa had dealt with the inheritor of demonic arts many times. He should have a deep understanding of it and know what to do. The upper realm is getting more and more chaotic. All kinds of demons and monsters are coming out, Yi Langtian sighed. At this time, we still need Brother Gu to be the backbone and take charge of the overall situation. Yi Liuli nodded with an expression of agreement. My friends, I'll stop here. I'm going to visit young Master Changa at the Longevity Gu clan. I heard that he's come out of seclusion. That's good. There are some things that we need to discuss with him. At this time, on a gigantic divine boat, Yanji, whose face was blurred and covered by a layer of fog, stood there as if she was standing in another world. Her voice was calm and tranquil, like the sound of nature. It was extremely pleasant to the ears as she spoke to the group of young prodigies behind her. Among the group of young prodigies, there were both men and women. There were also many young supreme venerables who came from various sects and clans. Their bodies were shrouded in radiance, and their strength was strong. They could be considered the best of the best in the upper realm. It was said that the successor of the human ancestors' hall had appeared and traveled the world, searching for traces of the human ancestors' reincarnation. At the same time, she also investigated information about the inheritor of demonic arts. That was why they came uninvited to protect the successor of the human ancestors' hall. They wanted to protect her and prevent her from being ambushed and killed by the inheritor of demonic arts. Therefore, during this period, Ji could often see young supreme venerables of various clans and orthodoxies around her. They were all extremely respectful towards her. Even her admirers did not dare to act rashly and overstep their boundaries. They could only watch from afar and not get close. As the successor of the human ancestors' hall, her strength was needless to say. Many young supreme venerables knew that. Anyway, no one could see through Ji's strength. Even if there were those who wanted to challenge her, they would be sent flying thousands of miles away by a casual wave of her sleeve. Such strength was even more revered by everyone. When they heard Ji's words, many young supreme venerables had mixed feelings. They did not feel good, but they were very envious and jealous. In their eyes, the successor of the human ancestors' hall was a high and mighty fairy who only existed in the 9 heavens. Her status was extraordinary, and her strength was terrifying. Even if they had the support of great sects and ancient orthodoxies and could control terrifying energy, they could only watch from afar and hold a respectful attitude. They were not allowed to get close. However, in their eyes, the successor of the human ancestors' hall, who would usually make them feel flattered when they spoke to her, actually held a young man in such high regard. It was to the extent that when she heard that he had just come out of seclusion, she planned to pay him a visit. This made them extremely envious and jealous. Their eyes were about to turn red. What did an ordinary man do to deserve such treatment from such a fairy? However, that young man was Gu Changa. He was now recognized as the #1 person of the younger generation. Everyone had to respect him like a god when he was mentioned. All of this was reasonable and completely reasonable. Therefore, they were very unwilling to accept this. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only hide this emotion deep in their hearts. On the surface, they still had to squeeze out a smile. In that case, we will not disturb your highness, the saintess. The territory of the Longevity Gu clan is just ahead. If young Master Changa comes out of seclusion, then the matter of the successor of the demonic arts should be much simpler. That's right. After all, that is young Master Changa. After coming out of seclusion this time, who knows how terrifying his strength will be? I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up to him. The group of young primes spoke one after another. They were incomparably respectful towards Gu Changa. They did not dare to say anything disrespectful. It looks like Brother Changa has already reached such a level in everyone's hearts. It looks like I'll have to tell him when I see him. Hearing these words, Ji smiled faintly. It was a rare smile. Hearing this, many people's hearts skipped a beat. They felt a sense of closeness. It seemed that the successor of the human ancestors' hall was quite close to young Master Changa. However, it made sense. In order to suppress the successor of the demonic arts, Gu Changa had put in a lot of time and effort. The successor of the human ancestors' hall shouldered the heavy responsibility of the world. He also had to deal with the successor of the demonic arts. It was normal for him to be close to him. However, more people's eyes lit up when they heard this. They spoke again. All kinds of flattering and respectful words were endless. They hoped that when the time came, Ji would mention it in front of Gu Changa. This scene caused a strange look to flash through Ji's eyes. The smile on his face deepened. It seemed that the young master's prestige had been deeply ingrained in the hearts of many of the younger generation in the outside world. Soon, the news of the successor of the human ancestors' hall visiting Gu Changa again spread everywhere. This was because both Gu Changa and the successor of the human ancestors' hall were particularly eye-catching. The meeting between the two of them was of great significance to the younger generation of the upper realm. In an extremely grand and unadorned hall of the Longevity Wang clan, Wang Zijin sat by the window. She looked bored. She hugged her legs and rested her chin on her knees. Her silky hair cascaded down softly. With Jiang Chuchu's temperament, why would he take the initiative to visit Gu Changa again? She was a little surprised. Naturally, she had also heard the news. That was why she could not figure it out. In Jiang Chuchu's eyes, other than cultivation, there was only the great responsibility of shouldering the world's people and the responsibility of being the successor of the human ancestors' hall. This was why she often said that she would find a man to marry Jiang Chuchu off. The two of them had cultivated together for more than 10 years. No matter what, they understood each other very well. This is a little strange. Wang Zijin frowned. Or could it be that after Jiang Chuchu visited Gu Chang'e last time, he actually knew a lot about the successor of the demonic arts, so he planned to visit Gu Chang'e again to discuss some things? As a transmigrator, Wang Zijin realized that her brain was not enough. Or could it be that a cold-faced iceberg like Jiang Chuchu would also melt one day? With this thought, Wang Zijin's figure moved. She had already left the palace, intending to find Jiang Chuchu to ask about the situation. Ever since she left the human ancestors' hall without permission, the two of them had not seen each other. Young master, that's about all the things that have happened recently. No one has suspected my identity because you gave me the human ancestors token. But I feel that many people seem to be suspicious. After all, I'm not the true successor of the human ancestors' hall. All my actions seem too aimless. I've worked for nothing for a while. In the palace, Yan Ji softly reported the events of this period. Gu Chang'e listened quietly with a smile on her face. It's been hard on you. You've been pretending to be someone else. It's not hard. Yan Ji's glassy eyes gently blinked. Then he shook his head. It's my honor to solve your problems. Although you say it's not hard, I also know that this kind of thing requires constant vigilance. It's not that easy. My heart aches for you too. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e smiled. You don't have to go anywhere. Just stay by my side. With that, he waved his sleeve. Many cultivation resources appeared. Hundreds of thousands of years old sacred medicines, a large number of Saint Realm pills, immortal essences, and so on were all things that Yan Ji could use. She had been working for Gu Chang'e all this time, although her cultivation was at the Great Saint Realm and it would be difficult for her to improve again in a short time. She still needed time to cultivate. During this time, Gu Chang'e had nothing to instruct her to do, so he gave her a break to cultivate in peace. How could he keep asking someone to do things without giving them benefits? Even if it was Yan Ji, who was dead set on him, he could not be so stingy. Thank you, young master. Yan Ji naturally understood Gu Chang'e's meaning and was somewhat moved. Gu Chang'e naturally treated her extremely well. He was always very polite and courteous, and did not treat her with the attitude of a servant or subordinate. On the contrary, no matter what, he always maintained a magnanimous and attentive demeanor. This was also the reason why she was willing to follow Gu Chang'e. Sometimes, Yan Ji wondered where she would be now if she had not chosen to follow Gu Chang'e. After that, Yan Ji left behind the Ren Zhu token and left. Gu Chang'e entered the inner verse. I'll return this to you. He waved the ancient and mysterious Ren Zhu token in his hand. Looking at the vigilant Jiang Chuchu, he could not help but smile faintly. Am I some kind of scourge? Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Chuchu noticed the Ren Zhu token in his hand. Back then, Gu Chang'e had used despicable and shameless methods to take it from her. Now he wanted to return it to her? How could she not know what he was thinking? I don't want this thing. Gu Chang'e, you can keep it for yourself. Jiang Chuchu stared at him coldly. She did not want this token at all. Asking for fresh flowers. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e looked a little surprised. He said to himself, as the successor of the human ancestors' hall, you don't even want the Ren Zhu token now. Chuchu, this is a great crime of deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors. If the ancestors of the human ancestors' hall find out, they will be angered to death by you. Listen to me. Keep this thing. After all, it was yours before. Shut up, Gu Chang'e. You're really full of sophistry. Hearing his shameless words, Jiang Chuchu could not help but be angry. It was difficult for her to remain as calm as before. Don't call me Choo-Choo. We're not that close. Then what should I call you? Gu Changa's smile did not fade. Besides, aren't we close? As he spoke, he waved the human ancestor's token in front of her eyes. Jiang, Choo-Choo stared at him coldly, unmoved. I thought you had thought it through during this period of time and was planning to let you out. But now, your attitude is making it difficult for me. Seeing her like this, Gu Changa sighed and said with a headache, I can't bear to kill you, but you don't listen. You don't even understand my good intentions. Where did your good intentions come from? Jiang Choo-Choo's attitude softened a little when she heard this, but her tone was still cold. It was mainly because she was angered by Gu Changa's shameless words just now. Since you don't believe my good intentions, then forget it. Have you thought it through? My patience is running out. From today onwards, you're free. You're still the successor of the human ancestors' hall, upholding justice, purging the world, and returning peace to all living things. You can continue to search for the human ancestors' reincarnation and track down the successor of the demonic arts. And I won't care about you anymore. Whether you live or die, it's up to you. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. From now on, it doesn't matter if you're a stranger or an enemy. If you want to expose my true identity, that's fine, but you have to think about what you're going to do. Gu Changa smiled calmly, not caring at all about Jiang Choo-Choo's increasingly pale face. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. After hearing these words, especially this sentence, Jiang Choo-Choo's face turned even paler. She could not help but tighten her grip on her dress. She and Gu Changa had nothing to do with each other anymore. This meant that in the future, Gu Changa would let her go and no longer care about her. She could continue to be the successor of the human ancestors' hall, and she could revive the human ancestors' hall and do what she should do. As for Gu Changa, he would no longer care about her, including whether she lived or died. As such, whether she wanted to live or die, Gu Changa would not care. This was clearly what she had always wanted. But why could she not be happy? What did Gu Changa mean by his indifference? Jiang Choo-Choo's expression turned even colder. Gu Changa, do you really think that after you let me go, everything that happened between us will be erased? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Nothing is impossible. What else do you want me to do? Not killing you and letting you go is already the greatest kindness I can show you. Hearing this, Gu Changa was not surprised. His expression was still indifferent. Jiang Choo-Choo looked at him coldly and snatched the human ancestors' token from his hand. I will hate you for the rest of my life. There are plenty of people who hate me. You're not the only one. Gu Changa smiled faintly, as if he did not care at all. He knew that Jiang Choo-Choo had already made her choice. At this time, regardless of her attitude towards him, she had already decided to walk the path of betraying the human ancestors' hall. Gu Changa, you're a despicable person, an irresponsible bastard. Jiang Choo-Choo clenched her teeth, her face very pale. If you had made your choice earlier, you might not have ended up like this today. After all, a person's patience is very limited. Holy Maiden Choo-Choo. The smile on Gu Changa's face had already disappeared. After saying this, he ignored her. A silver door appeared in the space in front of him. Then he took the lead and walked out of it. When Jiang Choo-Choo heard this, she was stunned. She felt somewhat lost. Why was she not happy when she had regained her freedom? Was Gu Changa referring to what happened that day? As expected, a person like him would not always have good intentions. The human ancestor had disappeared. The human ancestor's hall could not fall, so a new human ancestor was needed. However, this completely contradicted what she had always believed. She was the one who had made things difficult for Gu Changa. That was why he had said that his patience had run out. After that, Jiang Choo-Choo did not know how she had walked out of the Changxingu clan and arrived outside. She looked back and did not see Gu Changa's figure. As expected, Letting her go was like throwing away a troublesome burden for him. What's not to like? When she thought of this, Jiang Chuchu's face actually showed a slight hint of grievance. After a while, all these emotions quietly dissipated. Her face was once again like an unmelted ice, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. Holy Maiden? When the old woman who had been following the successor of the human ancestors' hall saw this, she was shocked and puzzled. She did not know that the successor of the human ancestors' hall was a fake. Seeing Jiang Chuchu's expression just now, she thought that she had been bullied. Return to the human ancestors' hall, Jiang Chuchu said calmly. She did not mention anything about what had happened before. Just as Gu Changa had said, with her current ability, she was completely unable to shake his position. The only way was to find the reincarnation of the human ancestor. However, the human ancestor had already been killed by Gu Changa. What else could she do? Gu Changa had calculated everything. He would not do anything stupid for no reason. Chapter 247. After watching Jiang Chuchu leave the territory of the longevity Gu clan, Gu Changa finally retracted his gaze. No matter what, one of the problems had been resolved. Jiang Chuchu was known as the reincarnation of an ancient immortal. There was clearly an inexplicably powerful force residing in that mysterious palace in her knowledge sea. That was much more difficult to deal with than the human ancestors' seal of samsara. That was because the human ancestor's seal of samsara needed to reside in his physical body. However, Jiang Chuchu's mysterious force could be triggered at any time. It was extremely difficult to deal with. If Gu Changa really intended to kill Jiang Chuchu, he would inevitably trigger that mysterious palace. If that happened, the human ancestors' hall would very likely sense Jiang Chuchu's situation and bring him unnecessary trouble. Therefore, the best solution was to let her go. As for what Jiang Chuchu said about hating him, Gu Changa didn't care at all. Since he could make Jiang Chuchu hate him, he could easily make her change her attitude. Since she chose to betray the human ancestors' hall, that meant that in the future, whether she was willing or not, she would stand on the same side as Gu Changa. After that, Gu Changa got up and left the place. He planned to see how Yao Yao was doing these past few days. To be honest, as her master, he hadn't gone to see Yao Yao after bringing her back to the Gu clan. He was more or less incompetent. Perhaps I can also see that Guy Guxian are along the way. That's a good idea. Looking at the time, it's about time she returned to Peach Village. Thinking of this, Gu Changa couldn't help but smile meaningfully. In the past few days, he had heard that Gu Xian often ran to Yao Yao's place. The two seemed to have a good relationship. It was obvious that she had noticed something special about Yao Yao. The mysterious peach tree behind her had a deep relationship with Yao Yao. Logically speaking, the reincarnation of the human ancestor should be related to Yao Yao. Even the mysterious peach tree would have a lot to do with the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Thus, they would be able to increase their influence after returning to the upper realm. At that time, it would be very difficult to make a move against him. Fortunately, Yu Mingkong had foresight and knew that Ranzu's reincarnation was in the lower realm. She brought Gu Changa to find Ranzu's reincarnation and solve this problem. Now, on the other hand, Yao Yao was his disciple and there was also Gu Xian. That mysterious peach tree had a lot of karma with him. Although it was called karma, Gu Changa had the means to turn it into a favor. In the end, it was a simple matter for him to make use of the mysterious peach tree. With this thought in mind, Gu Changa soon arrived at the palace where Yao Yao was. He waved his hand to signal the maids at the entrance of the hall not to make a sound, and watched the scene with interest. As expected, Gu Xian was here as well. After not seeing her for a while, her cultivation had improved a lot. She did not disappoint Gu Changa. Although she lacked training, she had 2 sets of mandate of destiny templates, which was enough to let her cultivation surpass many of the younger generation. In the hall, Yao Yao and Gu Xian were talking about something. There was a smile on her little face, and she seemed very happy. But soon, as if thinking of something, her expression suddenly became a little sad. Little Marshal Aunt, do you think Master is very busy? He doesn't have time to come and see Yao Yao. Previously, Master clearly said that he had time. She pinched the corner of her skirt and asked in a low voice. In these few days of interacting with Gu Xian, she had become very familiar with him, and because of a strange feeling, she felt a natural closeness from Gu Xian. Some things, he told her very frankly. Your master has a lot of things to do, but I think he will come to see you soon. Hearing this, Gu Xian was slightly startled, then smiled and comforted her. She could also see that Yao Yao had a deep dependence on Gu Chang'e, but she also did not know why Gu Chang'e took her as a disciple and brought her to the upper realm. In fact, she was a little worried that Gu Chang'e would not care about her anymore, because she had not seen Gu Chang'e come over these few days. She seemed to have overestimated Yao Yao's importance in his heart. So it's like that. I thought Master had forgotten about Yao Yao. Yao Yao's black, jewel-like, flawless eyes blinked. After hearing Gu Xian's words, she seemed to relax a lot. In fact, she said this just to ask, to find out what Master was doing from Gu Xian. Master was not the kind of person who would forget about her so easily. But if she asked directly, Gu Xian would inevitably think that a little girl like her was thinking about these things. She could feel that Gu Xian seemed to be very concerned about Master. He kept asking about what happened in the lower realm, what Master did, and so on. Yao Yao was very mature and smart. It was not good for her to talk about these things. So she was still a little worried. Yao, Master has a lot of things to deal with these few days, so I left you hanging. Sorry. At this time, Yao Yao suddenly heard a familiar gentle voice, and her little face was a little surprised. Master. She looked out of the hall, overflowing with joy. A tall and handsome man was standing there. Gu Chang'e walked over with a smile on his face. It seems that you are quite used to this place. I was worried that you would not be used to it. Master, I am very used to it. Master Xian is also very good to me. Yao Yao said happily. Gu Chang'e nodded. That's good. I was worried that you would not be used to it. As for Gu Xian who looked a little embarrassed beside Yao Yao, Gu Chang'e did not look at her, as if he deliberately came to see Yao Yao, and did not care about her existence. This scene made Gu Xian a little sad. Why was Gu Chang'e so gentle to Yao Yao, but so cold to her? Was she not as cute as Yao Yao? Clearly, Gu Chang'e was very good to her before, although he was very cold on the surface. He did not have this attitude of ignoring her when he saw her. Was it because he could not put down his pride after she found out about his unspeakable secret? Thinking of this, Gu Xian stared at Gu Chang'e and spoke first. Her voice was very cold, but it was mixed with anger. Gu Chang'e, why are you ignoring me? What do you mean? At this time, Gu Chang'e looked at her with some surprise. Why did you not greet me when you saw me? Gu Xian was angry and glared at him, indignation in her crystal clear eyes. Isn't it too late? Gu Chang'e shook his head and said calmly, Liar, if I did not take the initiative to speak, you would definitely ignore me. As a man, how can you be so petty, remembering such small things for so long? I look down on you, Gu Chang'e. Gu Xian finally had the chance to talk to Gu Chang'e, and immediately did not let it go. She wanted to grab his robes and ask him why he was so cold to her. I don't need you to think highly of me. Gu Xian, I think you have forgotten again? Gu Chang'e casually replied. His attitude made Gu Xian gnash her teeth, but she remembered the scene in the Nirvana pond. Gu Chang'e's demonic aura was overwhelming, and his will was cold and heartless, but he would rather break his own arms than hurt her. So her eyes immediately softened, and she snorted. You have a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. If I really wanted to argue with you, I'm afraid I would be angered to death. She was telling the truth. Since she already knew Gu Chang'e's difficulties all these years, she also understood why he did the act of digging out the bones. After all, at that time, Gu Changa's mind was occupied by the demonic nature, and he was completely helpless. So later on, he gradually suppressed the demonic nature and felt guilty about what happened in the past. Then he secretly helped her search for her parents, stood up for her in the palace of heavenly Tao, and helped her become a disciple of the great elder. He took a knife from her, killed the princess of the ocean palace in the immortal ancient continent, and admitted her identity as a member of the Gu family in front of everyone in the ancient Tao Heaven City, confessed what happened in the past, dug out the bones, and returned them to her. These were the many things that happened after that. Gu Xian felt that she had a deep understanding of Gu Changa's character. She was not someone who did not know what was good for her. Hearing this, Gu Changa made a sound of indifference and did not bother with her. During this period of time, I've read many ancient books and asked many elders. Actually, they don't understand your situation. He then looked at Yao Yao and said apologetically, but there should be a solution. He had indeed read many books about the Tao fruit, but it was more or less what he guessed. But Gu Changa did not intend to tell Yao Yao these things. After all, telling her that she was actually a Tao fruit split from some supreme being would be a little cruel to Yao Yao. Of course, according to normal logic, that mysterious peach tree could not possibly merge with Yao Yao. Gu Changa did not have any doubts about this. Yao Yao, who was watching her master and little senior aunt bicker, was stunned when she heard Gu Changa's words. So, master has been reading these books these days? She was very moved. Before this, she had been curious about what Gu Changa was busy with. She did not expect that her master was busy with her matters. Is there anything special about Yao Yao? Hearing this, Gu Xian was a little surprised. Although she felt that Yao Yao was special, she could not tell what was special about her. Gu Changa's expression was calm, and he did not answer. Yao said crisply, little senior aunt. Yao can't actually cultivate. Master has been helping me find a solution. Gu Xian was stunned. She thought that Yao did not have spirit energy because she did not cultivate. She did not expect this to be the reason. Since she could not cultivate, why did Gu Changa accept her as a disciple and bring her back to the upper realm? Gu Xian was even more confused. But at this moment, she looked at Gu Changa and suddenly thought of something she had been thinking about. Didn't Gu Changa have a natural demonic nature that was difficult to suppress? Gu Xian had always thought that her Tao bone could suppress Gu Changa's demonic nature. That was why Gu Changa dug out the bone in the past. After he gave her that piece of Tao bone, he could no longer suppress his demonic nature. Just like that day at the Nirvana pond, his mind was taken over by the demonic nature. Who knew when it would erupt again? Gu Xian felt that she had to help Gu Changa solve this problem. After all, Peach Village's sister Tao Yao had such a mysterious background. Her masters were also very resourceful and knowledgeable. Maybe they really had a solution. Gu Xian was not stupid. She knew that this was Gu Changa's unspeakable problem. It was impossible for her to ask the Gu family's ancestors. Probably other than her father. Not many people knew about this. Therefore, the only ones who could think of a solution now were her masters. Gu Xian trusted her masters. They would not expose this matter. After all, it was a good thing for Gu Changa to solve the problem of the demonic nature. Why not? If it had been in the past, Gu Changa would have been dismissive and would never have agreed to it. But now, with Yao Yao as an excuse, she did not believe that Gu Changa would not agree. Actually, Gu Changa, I think that you can bring Yao Yao along. We can go back to Peach Village together. Maybe my masters will have a solution. So Gu Xian thought for a while. She sorted out her words and made herself look natural. Peach Village? Gu Changa heard this and frowned slightly. He could not help but smile in his heart. He was waiting for Gu Xian to take the bait and bring him to Peach Village. Before he came, he was still thinking about how to make Gu Xian speak. Now, it seemed that things were much simpler. Yes, before this, I grew up in Peach Village. Gu Xian thought that Gu Chang'e did not know about this matter and wanted to explain. However, Gu Chang'e waved his hand and interrupted her. He said calmly, I know about the Peach Village in the forsaken land of immortals. You have a few mysterious masters there. There is also a mysterious peach tree there. You know? Gu Xian was suspicious. Of course I know, Gu Chang'e said. You even investigated this so thoroughly, and you still say that you don't care about me? Gu Xian smiled faintly and whispered softly. She was still very happy. If Gu Chang'e did not care about her, why did he investigate everything about her so thoroughly? Of course I have to investigate thoroughly. I don't want your masters to seek revenge on me, Gu Chang'e replied casually. Gu Chang'e, do you know that chatting like this will kill the conversation? Gu Xian was originally very happy, but when she heard Gu Chang'e's words, she immediately became angry. Gu Chang'e said calmly, I have no intention of chatting with you. I'll fight it out with you. When she heard this, Gu Xian raised her eyebrows. At this moment, she really could not take it anymore. Gu Chang'e angered her so much that her liver hurt time and time again. To think that she actually felt so sorry for him. Gu Chang'e looked at her with interest, then said to Yao Yao, whose face was full of shock, Yao Yao, watch carefully. In the future, if you don't listen to me, I will beat you like this. Master. When she heard this, Yao Yao was very surprised. She did not expect that this was the way Master and little martial ant interacted. I want to see how much weight you've put on in this period of time. Now that the scars have healed, you've forgotten the pain. Looking at Gu Xian, who was attacking him, Gu Chang'e could not help but let out a contemptuous sneer. This exclusive punching bag looks like her guts have grown again. Rumble. He took the initiative to attack Gu Xian. Still, he only used one hand. Incomparable contempt and casualness. Gu Chang'e, don't look down on me. If you have the ability, then use only one palm. Gu Xian's eyebrows were filled with a sense of pride, and a surge of battle intent emerged. It was as if she wanted to vent all the grievances that she had been suppressed by Gu Chang'e these days. She was very satisfied with the results of her cultivation during this period of time. She did not believe that she could still not withstand one palm from Gu Chang'e. Buzz! Her long dress danced, and the falling petals were like rain, covering the void in front of her. She was in the middle of it and attacked Gu Chang'e. She was otherworldly and cold, like an orchid in the deep mountains. Her white hands moved, and it was as if a large number of celestial flowers were blooming. This was the great technique contained in her celestial bone. In each flower there was a world. One could even see the chaotic fog rolling in it. It was thick and surging, and it was terrifying and shocking. But in the next moment, something unbelievable happened. Fancy, I can suppress you with one palm. Gu Chang'e's hand reached out and covered the void in the main hull. A clear light appeared, like the first ray of light that separated heaven and earth. It was accompanied by a rumbling sound. It was as if there was an explosion of unparalleled power, and it came crashing down. For 2 one flower, one world, and all the worlds collapsed with one palm. You bully! This palm doesn't count. Gu Xian cried out. She did not admit to it, and she was very dissatisfied. She did not expect that Gu Chang'e's strength had increased to a much more terrifying level than before. With just one palm, her celestial bone, treasured technique, was destroyed. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. With a bang, she was already knocked to the ground, and she took a solid hit. Yao Yao was dumbfounded. She did not expect little martial ant to be defeated so quickly. She thought that she could do something. Gu Chang'e, you're too much. Don't you know how to give in to me? Gu Xian cried out, and she was practically gnashing her teeth. She felt that her dignity as little martial ant in front of Yao Yao was gone. Giving in to you will only make you more annoying. See, if you don't listen to Master in the future, You will end up like your little martial aunt. Gu Changa shook his head and turned to Yao Yao with a smile. Yao hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking rice. But why did she feel that it was not bad to be lectured by master like this? After that, this farce with Gu Xian ended quickly, no matter how dissatisfied she was. At this time, she did not dare to provoke Gu Changa again. In the Longevity Gu clan, no one dared to help her. Gu Xian only remembered this. In the future, when she could beat Gu Changa, she would think of a way to get back at him. She could not let him be so smug every time. However, after being lectured by Gu Changa, Gu Xian found that her mood was much better than before. This discovery made her a little worried. Was there something wrong with her brain? After being bullied for so long, did she really get used to it? If Gu Changa did not bully her, she would really feel uncomfortable and not used to it? With this thought, Gu Xian's expression was a little bitter all day. But soon, under her plan, the cunning Gu Changa finally took the bait and agreed to return to Peach Village with her. This more or less comforted Gu Xian a little. The plan worked. Gu Changa also had a day when he fell into her scheme. Chapter 248. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Upper realm, outer realm. In the depths of the forsaken immortal land, chaotic fog shrouded the surroundings. The mountain range was majestic and could not be seen. It was accompanied by an endless stretch of ancient trees. All kinds of ferocious beasts lived here. It was like an abandoned land that existed before the creation of the world. Usually, no cultivator dared to pass through this area. Even outside the forsaken immortal land, they would be torn apart by all kinds of powerful beasts. Moreover, this place was filled with all kinds of miasma. Even if a cultivator breathed it in, it would leave behind an illness that was difficult to cure. Over time, the forsaken immortal land became an abandoned land. Very few cultivators would come here to train. In the depths of the forsaken immortal land sat a small village. It was not very big and looked very peaceful. There were very few villagers in the village, about 100 of them. There were men and women, old and young, and their faces were plain. However, each of them had a shocking aura, even stronger than some cultivators. At the entrance of the village stood a tall and dazzling peach tree. Every peach blossom was sparkling like jade. All kinds of divine chains of order hung down, accompanied by chaotic fog. It was very magical. Sienna left for so long. I wonder how she's doing now. At that time, old Cripple said that he was going out to settle some things. He hasn't returned yet. Old Cripple's saber skills are unparalleled. What can't he solve with one slash? If he can't, he'll just slash again. At the entrance of the village, a few old guys were gathered together. They were either smoking cigarettes or sipping tea. They looked very relaxed. However, their appearances were very strange. They were either blind or had broken arms. Some had no ears and some were mute. At this moment, the one who spoke was a blind man. He put his hands behind his back and sighed. Gu Xian, who had been away from the Peach Village for a long time, was very worried. He knew that she carried a deep hatred. They did not know what happened outside the Peach Village. They had been living in seclusion here for a long time, almost avoiding the world. If they were not worried about Gu Xian, they would not care about what happened outside at all. Xian, carries our inheritances on her shoulders. Who can harm her when she travels outside? Not to mention, she has Lord Peach Demon's protection. Let's not worry blindly. The one who spoke was an old man with a broken arm. He smiled and was very confident in their common successor. I'm not worried about that. I'm just worried that Xian-er's worry before she left last time will come true and she will bring back someone she likes. This time, the one who spoke was the village chief of Peach Village. He looked like a normal person. He was neither deaf nor mute, nor was he missing any limbs. But those who knew him well knew that he was actually missing a soul. Now it was just a physical body. His words also caused the old fellow's expressions to become ugly. That was because the village chief's words were very likely to come true. Although he was a jinx, he was able to predict many good things. But when it came to Gusian, it made them feel like a cabbage that had been waiting for a long time had been eaten by a pig. Someone's coming. At this moment, the old fellow's expressions suddenly changed. They felt the branches and leaves on the peach tree rustling and making sounds. They all looked at the mountain range in the distance. There seemed to be a divine rainbow crossing the sky and rushing here. First master, second master, third master, fourth master. At the entrance of Peach Village, a group of 3 people was standing there. They were Gu Changa, Yao Yao, and Gu Xian, who had come all the way to the forsaken immortal land. Gu Xian had taken the initiative to come here. Gu Changa could not have asked for more. Although the forsaken immortal land was full of dangers, it was not a problem for the 3 of them to pass through. Not to mention that the big red bird beside Gu Xian knew the way and was very familiar with the path. There were no twists and turns in the middle. At this moment, Gu Xian's eyes were curved. He was very happy and was greeting the masters at the entrance of the village one by one. The villagers of Peach Village also appeared. They surrounded the surroundings. There were men and women, old and young. It was very lively. They were very happy about Gu Xian's return. A few aunties even pulled Gu Xian aside and asked about her well-being. They even asked about her relationship with Gu Changa. Gu Changa, on the other hand, stood quietly at the entrance of the village. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He was sizing up the peach tree at the entrance of Peach Village. From his point of view, it did not look very different from the peach tree in the system notification image. It was just that it lacked the power to destroy the heavens and earth and had a natural tranquility. Moreover, while he was sizing up the peach tree was also sizing him up. To be honest, it was sizing up Yao Yao beside him. The branches and leaves were colorful and brilliant. There was a mysterious aura circulating around. However, Gu Changa felt that its condition was not quite right. Although he could feel the origin connection between Yao Yao and it, he could not recall much. Perhaps it had indeed suffered a great calamity in that destructive, chaotic, true, lightning tribulation, and had forgotten many things. Moreover, Yao Yao herself seemed to have noticed that strange connection. Master! She was still a little worried and afraid about this situation. She hid behind Gu Changa. With me here, it will be fine. Gu Changa comforted her. He believed in his judgment. This mysterious peach tree would not do anything to Yao Yao. If Yao Yao met it, it might be able to improve her situation. After all, the little girl had always been worried about her inability to grow up. Xian, who is this young master? At this time, after catching up with her masters, Gu Xian was about to introduce Gu Changa to them. However, the village chief of Peach Village spoke first. His eyes were filled with scrutiny, as if he was guarding against a wolf. He sized up Gu Changa from head to toe. Have you forgotten what Master told you? You have to be careful when you are outside. Those good-looking men like to trick innocent girls like you. Another old woman with a hunched back also spoke. She looked as if she was disappointed. How could she bring a strange man back to the village in such a short time? They did not directly investigate Gu Changa's background. After all, it was Gu Xian who brought him here. If they did so, it would be too rude. Gu Xian's other masters also had different expressions. They sized up Gu Changa as if they were guarding against a thief. They were afraid that he would kidnap Gu Xian. Moreover, the village chief had just said that he was worried that Gu Xian would bring back his sweetheart. In the next moment, someone came from outside the village. This crow's mouth. What should they say? It was not that they did not want to see Gu Xian bring someone back. However, they had to let them take a look to avoid being tricked. Is Xian planning to bring someone back to her home? An auntie also said with a smile. She felt that the white-clothed man in front of her was extremely handsome, like an immortal. He gave off the feeling of a young 657 God. He was a perfect match for Gu Xian. Hearing this, Gu Xian, who was about to introduce him, blushed. She quickly waved her hand and denied. Master, what are you all blindly guessing about? It's not what you think. She also did not know why the masters and auntie would make such guesses. Could it be that she really looked like a good match for Gu Changa? But they were only cousins. At this time, the calm Gu Changa finally spoke. My surname is Gu. Seniors, please don't think too much. Surname Gu? Hearing this, the village chief and the others were stunned. Then their expressions softened. Since his surname was Gu, it meant that he came from the everlasting family behind Xian. Perhaps they were overthinking it. Yes, I am Gu Changa. Greetings, seniors. Gu Changa nodded and said calmly again. His expression did not change much. What? Gu Changa. You are that Gu Changa who dug out Xian Er's bone of Tao when she was young? Hearing this, everyone at the entrance of Peach Village was stunned. Then their expressions changed. They thought they heard wrong. They turned pale with fright and disbelief. How dare he come here? Especially the village chief and the others. Their expressions changed and became extremely gloomy. Boom! A terrifying pressure appeared here. It caused a terrifying phenomenon to appear in the sky above the abandoned land of immortals. The stars collapsed and turned into dust. It shook the area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. This was the situation that they were deliberately suppressing. This kind of powerhouse had reached an unfathomable level of cultivation. He could easily destroy everything. Chapter 249. In their opinion, Gu Xian was most likely threatened by Gu Changa, which was why she brought him here. But they could not understand where Gu Changa got the guts to do this. Did he not put them in his eyes? Was it because of his identity as the young master of the Gu clan? Gu Changa, what is the meaning of this? Do you think we are easy to bully? How dare you be so arrogant and take the initiative to come here? Xian, don't be afraid. We are here. If this Gu Changa dares to threaten you, we will not let him leave this place alive. Even if we have to offend the longevity Gu clan behind him, we will not hesitate. At that moment, the few old men spoke. Their words were very cold. They stared at Gu Changa with murderous intent and coldness. They had the intention to take Gu Changa down if they did not agree. It should be known that an ordinary person would have been paralyzed with fear under their pressure. Their souls would have trembled and they would not be able to stand up. But Gu Changa did not. His expression was still calm and composed, as if he did not feel anything. He did not speak, as if he was an outsider. This scene made the few old men's hearts sink. This Gu Changa did not look simple. Moreover, he had probably come fully prepared. He was not afraid of them at all. Master, you have misunderstood. Things are not like this. Can you listen to my explanation? Seeing this scene, although Gu Xian had expected it, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, she still felt very warm in her heart. Her masters did not hesitate to offend the longevity Gu clan for her. She also understood that no matter how mysterious and powerful her masters were, they were not a match for the clan behind her. Hearing Gu Xian's words, the few old men still frowned. They thought that there was something wrong with her brain. Or was she bewitched after talking about going out? What kind of misunderstanding could there be? There was a blood feud between her and Gu Changa. All those years ago, Gu Changa took advantage of the fact that she was young to dig out her grand Tao bone, and it almost caused her to lose her life. If it wasn't for her luck being strong, she would have already become a handful of dirt by now. In addition, the clansmen behind her were also suppressed and exiled. How could this hatred be erased by a mere misunderstanding? For a moment, they all felt that Gu Xian must have been coerced and deceived. Or rather, the clansmen behind her were controlled by Gu Changa, so he took the opportunity to threaten her. Junior, I advise you to be a little smarter and play less tricks. In front of us, any schemes and tricks are useless. The village chief of Peach Village stared coldly at Gu Changa, trying to find a flaw in his expression. However, Gu Changa remained calm and composed from beginning to end, and his tone did not fluctuate in the slightest. Seniors, if you think there's a problem, you can just do it. Why waste your breath? How dare you? Are you threatening us? Gu Xian, Ai's third master, spoke, his voice cold. He was deaf, but that didn't mean that he couldn't hear Gu Changa's words. When one's cultivation reached an extremely high level, it didn't matter whether or not these organs were needed. Gu Changa, can't you keep your mouth shut? Have you forgotten why you're here? Gu Xian was also troubled by Gu Changa's stubborn attitude, no matter who he was facing. Therefore, she could only speak like this to make Gu Changa take Yao Yao into consideration. She also took this opportunity to send a voice transmission to her masters, informing them of what had happened between her and Gu Changa during this period of time. Their expressions quickly changed, becoming complicated. There's such an unspeakable secret. This is too unbelievable. After hearing this, the village chief of Peach Village immediately frowned. In their opinion, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with Gu Xian's words, especially after Gu Xian's painstaking investigation. They discovered this secret from various clues. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to discover it. All these details caused the old fellows to fall silent. After all, from Gu Xian's words, the credibility of the matter had increased by more than 100 times. It should be known that Gu Changa had never been honest with her from the beginning to the end. Everything had been discovered by her own investigation. Innate demonic nature? Which one is the cause of it? That's possible. According to the Chongsheng Gu family style, it doesn't seem like they would do such a thing. There's actually such a secret behind what happened back then. Did we blame them wrongly just now? After thinking through this, the old guy's expressions became a little awkward. It wouldn't be bad if this hatred could be resolved like this. They also didn't want Gu Xian to carry a blood feud on her back. Looking at her now, she was much happier and more relaxed than before. The great enemy that she would hate to the core in the future was now standing in front of her. Not only did she not hate him, but she even wanted to protect him. This was really fate making fools of people. What are you looking at? However, at this moment, everyone suddenly heard a soft and pleasant voice. It was like the sound of nature, with an ethereal feeling. Lord Peach Demon. All the villagers of Peach Village were excited. They bowed and kowtowed to the peach tree at the entrance of the village. In the beginning, before the village chief and the others came, the peach tree at the entrance of the village had always protected their safety. For generations, it had never changed. They revered this peach tree from the bottom of their hearts. However, Lord Peach Demon rarely spoke these years. Everyone thought that it had fallen into a deep sleep. They didn't expect that it would suddenly speak today. Lord Peach Demon actually took the initiative to speak today. He spoke to this guy. The village chief and the other old guys were also a little surprised. Although they were very old, they still couldn't compare to the mysterious peach tree in front of them, so they were very respectful to it. Lord Peach Demon wouldn't speak except for a few rare moments. It was a little strange that it would take the initiative to speak to Gu Changa today. Nothing much. I just feel that Senior's aura is a little similar to Yao Yao's. Gu Changa said slowly, retracting his gaze from the peach tree. Gu Changa wasn't surprised that it would take the initiative to speak. It must have sensed Yao Yao's uniqueness. As he spoke, Yao Yao, who was behind Gu Changa, also looked curiously at the peach tree. The initial uneasiness and worry had already dissipated. Now, there was only a natural familiarity. It was as if this peach tree was inseparable from her. It was more like a blood relative. There is indeed a deep connection between her and me. I can sense what she's thinking, and she's probably able to sense my existence as well. The pleasant voice came from the peach tree again. It was still gentle and gentle, without a trace of malice or malice. Master, I seem to be able to sense her existence, just like Big Sister. At this time, Yao Yao also spoke. Her little face was filled with doubt and confusion, but also a sense of closeness. She couldn't help but want to get closer to the peach tree. Gu Changa was silent, as if he was also deep in thought. Could it be that Big Sister Peach Demon and Yao Yao really have some kind of connection? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? At this time, Gu Xian was very surprised to hear these words. At first, she said that she wanted to bring Yao Yao to Peach Village to try her luck. Her main purpose was to ask her masters if they had any ideas on Gu Changa's situation. But she really didn't expect this to happen. Come to my side. The voice came from the peach tree again. Yao Yao hesitated. She felt that the other party wouldn't hurt her, but she still asked for Gu Changa's opinion. Gu Changa nodded and said calmly, Yao Yao's existence is not as simple as a disciple to me. I hope that Senior doesn't have any ill intentions towards her. Otherwise, Senior will know the meaning of regret. Of course, he knew that this peach tree wouldn't hurt Yao Yao, but he still had to leave some harsh words behind. After all, he could make a good impression. Interesting. You're threatening me? The words in the peach tree seemed to be taken aback for a moment, before a soft chuckle sounded like the sound of nature. I can feel Yao Yao's thoughts. You're not bad as a master. Buzz. Suddenly, the peach tree swayed gently, its branches and leaves dazzling. Then, a white fog appeared in all directions. The rules of heaven and earth fell, and the sound of Tao reverberated. Even the few old guys in Peach Village couldn't see what was happening. Only Gu Changa noticed that after Yao Yao walked over, a beautiful figure appeared in the peach tree. With a wave of her hand, immortal light fell from the sky and entered Yao Yao's body. The other party seemed to be deliberately drawing his attention. Moreover, Gu Changa felt that a pair of eyes as gentle and calm as autumn water seemed to be able to see through the universe. They were coming from there, as if they wanted to see through him. Gu Changa's expression was calm and indifferent. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Then, there was a buzzing sound in his heart. Strands of connate, demonic nature appeared, but there was no abnormality on his face. Chapter 250. All of a sudden, the peach tree shook. Divine clouds filled the sky like blooming flowers, covering the sky and earth, accompanied by Tao sounds. Everyone at the entrance of Peach Village was stunned. Even the few old fellows with very ancient backgrounds were puzzled. They heard what Tao Yao said just now, which was why they were shocked. She actually took the initiative to speak to a young man like that. Before this, they'd never seen Tao Yao display such an attitude. What is so special about Gu Changa? Why is Master Tao Yao like that too? It seems that we have a deep prejudice against Gu Changa. If even Master Tao Yao is like that, it means that there is nothing wrong with him. The old guys who were still doubtful of Gu Xiener's explanation just now and did not believe it. At this time, they could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They still trusted Tao Yao's judgment. Even she praised Gu Changa, which meant that there was nothing wrong with Gu Changa. The few of them thought carefully and even had a good impression of Gu Changa. After all, from Gu Xiener's words, Gu Changa had indeed done many things for her in secret. It was not surprising that Gu Xiener would have such an attitude towards Gu Changa. At this thought, their gazes towards Gu Changa became much gentler. Soon, a white fog rose from the surroundings, becoming thicker and thicker, covering the entire scene in front of the Peach Village. The petals were sparkling and translucent, dazzling and resplendent, accompanied by a fragrance. It looked like a fairyland. Divine chains of rules and order hung down, as if formed by the light of the great Tao, mysterious and vast. However, except for Gu Changa, the rest of the people, including Gu Xiener, could not see clearly what was happening. They could not even hear the voices within. What is wrong with Sister Tao Yao today? Why is she like that towards Gu Changa, who was meeting for the first time. Gu Xian looked at this scene and frowned slightly. She was a little confused. In her opinion, although Yao Yao had a lot of contact with Sister Tao Yao, she had nothing to do with Gu Chang'e. Why would she talk to Gu Chang'e like that? Was it because Gu Chang'e was Yao Yao's master? Make Sister Tao Yao have a good impression of Gu Chang'e? With Gu Xian's familiarity with Sister Tao Yao, if she wasn't very familiar with Sister Tao Yao, she wouldn't have such an attitude. Not to mention that today was her first time meeting Gu Chang'e. Could it be that there was some unknown secret? Or could it be that Sister Tao Yao also noticed Gu Chang'e's innate demonic nature, so she took action to investigate? For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Gu Xian's mind. He was a little expectant and hoped that Sister Tao Yao could find a way to help Gu Chang'e. If she could really get rid of the innate demonic nature, that would be even better. And at this time, Gu Chang'e's eyes were filled with a strange color as he looked at the peerless figure in the peach tree. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He felt a wave of probing, like the rules and order, but also not. It was a supreme power different from the rules and order, and involved the origin of the great Tao. As a living creature of a different level, it was impossible to resist. However, Gu Chang'e felt that the great Tao treasure bottle in the depths of his spirit sea seemed to be disturbed by this power and made a slight trembling sound. This probing power would soon disappear without a trace and would not have the slightest effect on him. That was what he thought. Gu Chang'e narrowed his 660 eyes, the demon heart that had been silent for a long time. At this time, as his heart beat, wisps of demonic qi once again spread out. It's actually the demon heart. How can it be? So that's how it is. The figure in the peach tree made a very surprised sound, trembling a little and stunned. Then it fell silent. The gaze that was looking at Gu Chang'e also slowly retracted, as if there was no fluctuation in its aura. Gu Chang'e's expression was calm, and his eyes were still looking at the peach tree in front of him. Naturally, he had deliberately exposed the existence of the demon heart. Now he was firmly in the position of young master of the Gu family, and no one could shake him in the slightest. In addition, his identity as a successor of the heavenly palace of immortals was not affected in any way. Therefore, he was not worried that the existence of the demon heart would cause him any trouble. After all, the connate demon heart was just a kind of talent and not a taboo demonic technique that would cause the whole world to be enemies. At most, it would make people feel that he was ominous and avoid him like a snake or a scorpion. Senior, have you seen it just now? At this time, Gu Chang'e spoke. His expression was calm, and he asked knowingly. I saw it. Tao Yao's figure was very blurry, and through the vast divine light of rules, one could faintly see her peerless divine appearance. She replied with a very natural expression, which was also an explanation. Xian'er is half my disciple after all, so I naturally have to pay attention to her matters. I'm just afraid that she's young and insensible and will be fooled by you. What? Did I discover the secret of the demon heart? Are you unhappy? Her voice was very gentle and pleasant, as if one would think that she would never be angry. There's nothing to be unhappy about. Senior is very resourceful, and this junior admires you very much. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's expression was very calm, but he sneered inwardly. If he had not deliberately let the demon heart emit demonic qi, what could Tao Yao in front of him discover? She had underestimated his ability too much. Did she really think that she could discover it with just a casual probe? Did she really think that the great Tao treasure bottle could only devour the source? But on the surface, he still had to pretend that he was angry, but did not dare to say anything. You don't mean what you say. But when she heard Gu Chang'e's words, Tao Yao suddenly burst out laughing. Her voice was still as gentle as the sound of nature, but there was a demonic nature to it. If the villagers of Peach Village heard this, their eyes would definitely widen and their mouths would be agape. Was this still the Lord Tao Yao that they were familiar with? Usually, She was as solemn and dignified as a god, exuding a high and mighty divine majesty that made people revere her. How could she be like now, filled with a demonic nature? But this was indeed Tao Yao's true nature. Because of Yao Yao, she could feel every bit of the time that she spent with Gu Changa during this period of time. She knew that although Gu Changa looked unreliable, he was still a good teacher. As a teacher, he was still quite competent and responsible. So, Tao Yao still had a good impression of Gu Changa, or else she would not speak to him like this. In addition, she already knew what she wanted to know. The innate demonic nature that Gu Xian had just mentioned was not a groundless lie. Gu Changa did indeed have problem. Those with innate demon hearts were born with inauspiciousness. Since ancient times, those with demon hearts had not had a good ending. The existence of demon hearts was very rare. Since ancient times, there had only been a few. Those with such talent were buried in the torrent of history, washed away by the rolling river, and could not even cause a ripple. The strong only left their names, so that future generations would know of their tragic lives. Even those with demon hearts, whose names were the greatest taboo in the world, and who only left a few words in the ancient books, did not have a good ending. For Gu Changa to be born with such talent, other than the initial shock, she could only say that he was unlucky. Otherwise, she would not know what to say. However, since Gu Changa could suppress the demonic nature, it meant that his willpower was still very strong. This made Tao Yao admire him a little. "Senior, why are you laughing?" Hearing this laughter, Gu Changa's expression flashed, and then he asked with a calm expression, "Was this name Tao Yao or Tao Yao?" This demonic nature surprised him a little. But on the other hand, just as he had guessed, Tao Yao had no ill intentions towards Yao Yao. Now he was even using all kinds of great Tao laws to comb her body. As for Yao Yao, she had fallen into a deep sleep. If she wanted to wake up, Gu Changa estimated that it would take a long time. Everything he had done before was not useless. Judging from Tao Yao's current attitude towards him, it had played a huge role. After so many years, other than Xian, I've met another interesting person. I just feel that it's funny. Tao Yao's voice gradually calmed down as he replied. Gu Changa did not mind and nodded. Then he looked at Yao Yao, who was surrounded by countless immortal spirit Tao runes, and asked, "Senior, what do you plan to do to Yao Yao?" Although he knew that Tao Yao would not hurt Yao Yao, but at this time, as her master, he had to show his worry and vigilance. Tao Yao was not too surprised by Gu Changa's question. She answered, "Help her wash away some of her Tao injuries. So Yao Yao will be asleep for a period of time, but you can rest assured that I won't hurt her. To me, her existence is like a family member, like a younger sister." "I hope so." Hearing this, Gu Changa nodded non-committally. "You actually don't believe me?" Tao Yao could not help but laugh when he saw Zhou Yuan's expression. "I will return Yao Yao to you safe and sound. As for you, if you dare to bully her, I won't let you off." Gu Changa said nonchalantly, "I won't bully the young." "Oh, are you mocking me?" Tao Yao's voice became interested and full of demonic nature. "Since Senior can tell, that's good." Hearing this question, Gu Changa finally looked at her seriously. "Interesting. It's been a long time since I've met someone who isn't afraid of me like you. If you had done this earlier, my days wouldn't have been so boring." Tao Yao was stunned. Then, she could not help but laugh. She did not care about Gu Changa's sarcasm. She suddenly sighed. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Gu Changa's eyes. This was not a human, but a demon. She hugged her knees and sat in the endless wilderness. Behind her was a withered peach tree. She was very beautiful. Her long, dark green hair was like a mirror, so bright that it could reflect one's reflection. She looked at the sea of clouds from afar. Her eyes reflected the clear sky and mountains, but her expression was lonely, as if she was waiting for someone. Is it a memory? Or is it a scene that she deliberately let me see? At this moment, Gu Changa was also a little stunned. He could not tell if he had seen this scene or if Tao Yao had deliberately let him see it. However, he was certain that Tao Yao's current existence was fundamentally different from the mysterious peach tree that he had seen in the system's notification. Tao Yao and Yao Yao. They were like an elder sister and a younger sister. Only when the two of them merged could they become the peach tree that floated in the sea of chaotic true lightning. But at that time, would the two of them still be the same? Perhaps Tao Yao was already very clear about this problem, which was why she felt like family to Yao Yao. In this way, Gu Changa did not need to think about what would happen next. I can't help you with the connate demonic nature now, but take this thing and find an old guy. He once owed me a favor. If he's not dead, he might be able to help you. At this moment, Tao Yao spoke again. At the same time, a sparkling peach leaf fell from the sky. There were great Tao runes condensed on it, looking extremely mysterious. Consider it a thank you gift for taking care of Yao Yao for so long. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure gradually disappeared from the peach tree. Then, not a trace of her could be seen. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Even the white fog in the vicinity had disappeared. Everything around Peach Village gradually became clear. Only Yao Yao was sleeping peacefully under the peach tree. Traces of Tao runes and immortal opportunities fell undisturbed. Gu Changa took the peach leaf and could not help but narrow his eyes. Tao Yao's words gave him a lot of information. An old guy? It seemed to be someone who was in the same era as Tao Yao. However, his demonic nature had already been resolved and could be controlled at any time. It was the same whether he found the person or not. Therefore, the value of this peach leaf was far beyond imagination. This was equivalent to a favor from an old guy who was in the same era as Tao Yao. Thinking of this, Gu Changa could not help but smile. All the goals of this trip were more or less completed. The attitude of Tao Yao and the group of old guys in Peach Village towards him determined how many fate points Gu Changa could obtain from Gu Xian'er. In this way, the grudge of digging out his bones could finally be put to an end. What did Sister Tao Yao tell you? At this moment, seeing that Gu Changa's expression seemed to be a little dazed, Gu Xian'er could not help but ask curiously. Nothing much. Gu Changa glanced at her and took the peach leaf without saying anything. Forget it if you don't want to say. I'll ask Sister Tao Yao myself. Gu Xian'er snorted. She knew that Gu Changa would not tell her this easily. Soon, she ran to the peach tree and secretly asked. Although Tao Yao did not continue to appear, hearing Gu Xian'er ask these questions, she told her in full detail. She did not hide anything. When Gu Changa was born, she actually gave birth to this. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er's beautiful eyes widened. She was extremely shocked. When Tao Yao mentioned that Gu Changa had incarnate demon heart, she could not believe it. All this time, she had been investigating this matter, but she never thought that it would be the connate demon heart. Since ancient times, only a few people would be born with a demon heart, which represented inauspiciousness and bad luck. No wonder Gu Changa's lineage tried so hard to hide these things. If the other clansmen knew, wouldn't it be terrible? Especially when Gu Changa was the young master of the Gu clan, who represented the future of the Gu clan. At this moment, she already thought of all the troubles that would arise if the other clansmen found out about Gu Changa's connate demon heart. Even if Gu Changa had terrifying power now, it would be very difficult for him to face these troubles. Gu Xian'er suddenly felt a little regret and guilt. Why had she been so reckless to plot to bring Gu Changa to the Peach Village and expose the secret of his connate demon heart? However, the masters of the Peach Village and Sister Tao Yao probably would not expose this of their own accord. Thinking of this, Gu Xian'er could not help but sigh in relief. Sister Tao Yao, is there any way to solve the problem of the demon heart? At this moment, Gu Xian'er thought of the most important thing. Tao Yao was a little taken aback. To be honest, she did not have a solution now. Otherwise, she would not have given the peach leaf to Gu Changa. Because the demon heart was located in the heart of a cultivator, it was not a simple part. Cultivators could be reborn from a drop of blood when they reached a certain level, but that was under the condition that the blood essence had not dried up. In Gu Changa's situation, the demonic nature was deeply rooted. Even if the demon heart was removed, there would be no effect. Tao Yao was silent. Gu Xian was a little anxious. She knew Tao Yao's character very well. Sometimes silence was tacit agreement. Sister Tao Yao, do you know of a way? It's okay. Even if it's difficult, I'm willing to try. Gu Changa has done a lot for me. I also want to help him. Xian if you insist on this. Tao Yao was also a little conflicted. Seeing Gu Xian's determined expression, she could not help but sigh and say slowly, Gu Changa has the connate demon heart. He needs to suppress the demonic nature in order to stay awake. Just like when he dug out your Dao bone. Although the demonic nature led, it was actually his subconscious action, so the Dao bone can help him suppress the demonic nature, right? Gu Xian also understood when Tao Yao said this, because she had thought of this before. It was because Gu Changa had returned the Dao bone to her that he had fallen into the demonic nature in the Nirvana pond and could not suppress it. She knew that Gu Changa definitely understood this, but he still insisted on returning the Dao bone to her to repay the grudge of the past. He did not care about the terrifying situation that would follow. Tao Yao said that's part of the reason. Then will it be useful to give him the Dao bone now and let him fuse with it again? Gu Xian asked. Tao Yao was silent for a moment before speaking. It's very unlikely. The existence of the demonic nature is not fixed and unchanging. At this moment, the demonic nature grows. At that moment, the demonic nature grows. Xian, have you thought about it? Are you sure? After hearing this, Gu Xian already knew what to do. No wonder Sister Tao Yao said all this to her. Now it was up to her to choose. Thinking of this, she suddenly looked at Gu Changa, who was not far away. Her expression was a little angry, but there was more gentleness in her eyes. She could not help but shout, Gu Changa, you are clearly such a smart person. Why were you so stupid back then? Gu Changa was discussing some things with the Peach village chief and the others. He suddenly heard Gu Xian's words. He turned back and looked at her in confusion. Are you itching for a beating again? Wasn't the lesson from a few days ago enough? But very quickly, Gu Changa noticed Gu Xian's expression and actions. He cursed in his heart. Idiot. With a buzz, the space fluctuated. His figure disappeared into thin air and appeared in front of her in an instant. Then he grabbed Gu Xian's wrists tightly and stopped her. This guy actually took out a divine weapon and planned to dig out his own immortal bone. From the very beginning, Gu Changa had never intended to take her immortal bone. His expression suddenly became very cold, like a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. He exuded a cold aura. Gu Xian, you idiot, what are you trying to do? Gu Changa, let go of me. You are the idiot. I clearly want to save you. Gu Xian glared at him, but her strength was not as good as Gu Changa's. She could not break free even if she wanted to. As long as I dig out the immortal bone for you, I can suppress your demonic nature. Then something like the Nirvana pond will not happen again. To me, the immortal bone might be able to be reborn again. Nothing will happen to me. Woo-woo, shut the hell up. Hearing these words, Gu Changa's face was gloomy and ugly. She hurriedly covered her mouth. Listen carefully. You have to take good care of the immortal bone for me. When I need it in the future, I will come and get it from you. If you dare to act on your own and dig it out, Gu Xian, I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Woo-woo! Hearing this, Gu Xian was not at all reconciled. She was still glaring at him like an angry kitten. But with Gu Changa covering her mouth tightly, she could not make a sound. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She had good intentions, but Gu Changa did not appreciate it all. He even looked so scary. I am not the point where I need you to use an immortal bone to save me. At this moment, seeing Gu Xian'er's expression, Gu Chang'e sighed. His tone gradually became gentler. Why are you so insensible? If that day really comes, I would rather die than let you get hurt like this. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er's eyes suddenly widened. Then her mind buzzed and went blank. She was completely stunned. P.S. Cuenca has been suffering recently. I owe you an update. Organize the plot tonight and make it up tomorrow. Chapter 251. Near Peach Village. Everyone who saw this scene could not help but be stunned. Even the few old fellows had their eyes wide open and were flabbergasted. They simply didn't dare believe the scene. The village chief held his forehead helplessly. The other old fellows also had helpless expressions on their faces. Gu Xian would choose to help Gu Chang'e by digging out her own immortal bones. This surprised them a little, but they could not say anything. After all, this was a private matter between the two of them. As their masters, the most they could do was to prevent Gu Chang'e from bullying Gu Xian'er. If Gu Xian'er wanted to do this, they could not stop her. However, Gu Chang'e actually stopped her and said such words. This surprised them a little. Then it made these old fellows blush with embarrassment. But thinking about it carefully, as an elder brother, Gu Chang'e did not seem to be wrong to speak to his younger sister like this. At this moment, Gu Chang'e also let go of Gu Xian'er after saying this. He looked at her with his deep, bottomless eyes. He did not speak and appeared very calm. Gu Chang'e, what are you talking about? He realized the meaning of Gu Chang'e's words. Gu Xian'er's face suddenly turned red, and it was frighteningly red. She was very anxious. Her heart was beating fast, and her voice was trembling. She could not even complete her sentence. She did not expect Gu Chang'e, who had always been cold to her, to suddenly say such gentle words. What did he mean by saying that he would rather die than see her hurt like this? It was really too mushy, and in front of everyone in Peach Village. This made Gu Xian'er's head buzz for a long time, as if she had been struck by a huge bell. Her hands and feet were weak, as if she could not summon any strength. If it was any other time, she would definitely talk back to Gu Chang'e. But today, wasn't he worried about her and showing his true feelings? This left Gu Xian'er at a loss for words. Gu Chang'e suddenly revealing his true feelings was completely out of her expectations. He was afraid that he would not be able to dig out the immortal bone today. What nonsense am I talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. I'm just telling the truth. Gu Chang'e shook his head, his expression returning to normal. In any case, as your elder brother, I won't fall to the point where you have to dig out my bones to save me. To me, this kind of humiliation is worse than death. The grudges between us have long been settled. You don't owe me anything, and I don't owe you anything. I don't need you to repay anything for me. His voice was still calm and composed. At this time, if he didn't make things clear, Gu Xian'er, this idiot, might even think about digging up bones. Although she did have the experience of nirvana, it was hard to say whether she could survive after digging out the immortal bone, not to mention growing a third bone. Gu Chang'e also didn't want her to take the risk for no reason. After all, what was the use of digging out the immortal bone? The demonic nature in his body had long been resolved. Of course, this kind of truth could not be told to Gu Xian'er. Stubborn. That's not what you said just now. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was a little angry. She glared at him with her clear eyes. She still remembered what Gu Chang'e had said just now. He was obviously worried about her safety and didn't want to see her hurt. Didn't I say just now? Gu Chang'e said calmly, Why are you so stubborn? Can't you admit that you care about my matters? Gu Xian'er snorted. She looked as if she could see through Gu Chang'e's thoughts. But in Gu Chang'e's eyes, her expression meant that she was asking for a beating. It seemed that he couldn't spoil her too much. Senior Tao Yao has already told me how to deal with the demonic nature. I don't need you to add to the trouble, Gu Changa said. What do you mean by adding to the trouble? Hearing this, Gu Xian was very unhappy. Gu Changa shook his head and didn't say anything more. Since Senior has already told me how to deal with it, why did you tell this idiot this method? Then he looked at Tao Yao. There was a deeper meaning in his words. Although this Tao Yao looked calm and gentle, in fact, it seemed like she was enjoying the show. Her demonic nature was overflowing. Are you blaming me? After all, this is what Xian asked of me. Since I said so, it means that I am confident. A voice came from the peach tree. It was as calm as water. It was impossible to tell whether it was happy or angry. Back then, Gu Xian was able to achieve nirvana and birth the immortal bone. To be honest, it had something to do with her. She dared to tell Gu Xian this because she wasn't afraid that her life would be in danger. I was the one who begged Big Sister Tao Yao to tell me. Gu Changa, don't blame Big Sister Tao Yao. Seeing Gu Changa's reproachful tone, Gu Xian also hurriedly said. She was a little anxious. She was afraid that Gu Changa would hold a grudge against Big Sister Tao Yao because of this. She was very clear about Gu Changa's vengeful personality. Although his current strength couldn't compare to Big Sister Tao Yao's, if Gu Changa really wanted to deal with someone, with his background and power, it was still very frightening. But speaking of which, Gu Changa's original intention of reproaching Big Sister Tao Yao was because he was worried about her. This made Gu Xian a little happy. Since Gu Xian had said so, Gu Changa naturally didn't say anything more. And Tao Yao also didn't speak anymore. She regained her calm. Strands of divine light fell, cleansing the Tao injuries of Yao Yao, who was sleeping quietly under the peach tree. This scene made the old guys sigh with emotion. In the next few days, Gu Changa temporarily stayed in Peach Village with Gu Xian. It had to be said that although it was deep in the forsaken immortal land, the scenery here was very beautiful, like a paradise. The morning sun shone down, specks of golden light and dense spirit chi. As the peach trees here stretched, they were dyed with a layer of dazzling brilliance. There were also many spirit birds and auspicious beasts nearby, but the large ferocious beasts didn't dare to come close. Although the villagers here didn't cultivate, their strength and chi far exceeded that of many cultivators. In Gu Changa's opinion, it had to do with Tao Yao often grooming their bodies. As the guardian of Peach Village, she was very good to these villagers. Perhaps it was, as she said, she had lived for too long and was very bored, so she needed to find something to do. During this period, Gu Changa became more familiar with Gu Xian's masters. After beating around the bush, he learned a lot of their origins. As he speculated, Gu Xian had 2 sets of destiny templates, and none of her masters were easy to deal with. Each of them had a very shocking origin and had made a name for themselves in the outside world. They came here for various unknown reasons. In Gu Changa's opinion, their true cultivation was probably beyond the Supreme Realm, or even the Emperor Realm that had been sealed until now. As everyone knew, when a cultivator reached the 9th heaven of the Quasi-Supreme Realm, they could break through to the Supreme Realm. There was actually a threshold between the Supreme Realm and the Emperor Realm, which was called the Quasi-Emperor Realm by cultivators. However, the Quasi-Emperor Realm was not a realm. It was a name for cultivators who had surpassed the Supreme Realm, but had not yet reached the Emperor Realm. Some time ago, the shocking blade chi that appeared in the sky above the Ocean Palace was actually caused by one of Gu Xian's masters. That master of hers, for some personal reasons, temporarily left Peach Village and went to the outside world. Then, when he learned that Gu Xian was bullied by the people of the Ocean Palace, he immediately slashed, and the blade chi instantly injured the current palace master of the Ocean Palace. In addition, the ancestor of the Gu family was also there at that time, which forced the Ocean Palace to seal off the sea for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, although Peach Village here was very small, its true strength was more shocking than some of the eternal forbidden zones. Gu Xian, with this terrifying background, could even challenge some of the imperishable sects at will. From these old guys, Gu Changa also obtained a lot of good things. During the discussion, from their perspective, they were full of admiration for some of Gu Changa's insights, and felt that the rumors of his true immortal talent were not false. This title of the #1 person of the younger generation was well deserved. As expected of Gu Xian-er's cousin, the person who would be in charge of the imperishable sect and the Changxing family in the future. As long as the problem of the innate demonic nature was solved, this upper realm would be Gu Changa's world in the future. Therefore, these old guys were happy to teach Gu Changa some wonderful techniques, and Gu Changa naturally did not reject them. After all, his method of making a good impression in front of everyone played a big role. In the beginning, they were very rude to him and did not have a good impression of him at all. They were not as polite as they were now, and he also got a lot of fate points in passing. Gu Changa guessed that it was related to the Daughter of Fate mission that he accepted at the beginning, which was related to Gu Xian-er. Gu Xian-er did not know what Gu Changa was thinking. Seeing him get along so well with her honored masters, she could not help but feel gratified. She was worried that her honored masters would still not get along with Gu Changa. On the other hand, Gu Xian hoped that this period of time could last a little longer. After all, it was rare to see another side of Gu Changa. He could actually get along well with a group of children in the village. In the past, he gave people a feeling of being high and mighty, looking down on everything indifferently. He rarely had such a human touch. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Gu Changa's figure appeared outside Peach Village, asking for fresh flowers. A group of villagers, including Gu Xian-er's honored masters, came to see him off. Many of the children were even reluctant to see him go. This was because in the past few days, Gu Changa had taught them a lot of things and also gave them a lot of things, including cultivation scriptures and so on. Many of the children felt that this big brother, who was like a banished immortal, was very good. After all, people who could be good to children could not be bad people. This was basically the consensus of everyone, and also the reason why Gu Changa could quickly gain the trust of the villagers of Peach Village. I will take my leave first. If there is time in the future, I will come and chat with all of you. At this time, Gu Changa spoke. There was a faint, gentle smile on his face. He said goodbye to everyone and planned to leave Peach Village. After all, there were still many things waiting for him to solve. He could not stay in this place forever. Gu Xian-er did not plan to leave. Because of Yao Yao, he planned to cultivate in Peach Village for a while. At the same time, his honored masters could take the opportunity to guide her. Although her strength was not weak, compared to many of the ancient freaks who had revived today, she was still much weaker. From the words of these old guys, Gu Changa also knew that they were going to give Gu Xian special treatment. The next time he saw her, her strength should have improved a lot. As for Yao Yao, he did not know how long it would take for her to wake up. From Tao Yao's words, although Yao Yao was his Dao fruit, she was also seriously injured in the chaos thunder tribulation back then. After all, it was a Dao injury and it had a great impact on her. If he wanted to clean it up, it would definitely take some time. Zero Gu Changa naturally had nothing to say about this. Changa, remember to come next time. The aunties love you. Why don't you stay for a few more days? Look at Xian-er's reluctant look. You are so heartless. At this time, seeing that Gu Changa was about to leave, the aunties started to talk and tease him. Gu Xian-er, who was originally a little unhappy, suddenly blushed. Gu Changa smiled. I will come next time. Look at Xian-er's reluctant look. Why don't you stay for a few more days? An auntie asked with a smile. She looked as if she did not mind the matter. Who's reluctant? Auntie, don't talk nonsense. I can't wait for this stubborn guy to disappear from my sight. Hearing these words, Gu Xian hurriedly denied, as if she was afraid that Gu Changa would misunderstand. I can't wait to have some peace and quiet around my ear. Otherwise, it'll always feel like there's a fly buzzing around me. Gu Changa looked at her and said calmly, Gu Changa, what do you mean? Are you saying that I'm annoying you when I'm near your ear? Then keep your eyes on me in the future, and stay away from me. Gu Xian snorted. She did not expect that Gu Changa would make her angry before he left. However, Gu Changa could not hear her words. The moment he finished speaking, Gu Changa turned into a ray of divine light and shot into the sky. He left Peach Village directly without any hesitation. Gu Xian was a little angry. She waved her fist. Damn it, this guy didn't even listen to what I had to say. However, very quickly, the expression on her little face became a little dejected. She showed her reluctance. Xian, don't tell me you really have feelings for your cousin? It can't be, can it? Your brother and sister. Seeing her expression, the aunties started to make fun of her. Gu Xian looked at them angrily. Can you stop talking nonsense? Besides, what's wrong with being brother and sister? He's not even my biological brother. However, as soon as she said this, she felt that something was wrong. She quickly changed the topic. Today's weather is not bad. The sun is quite strong. Who would have thought that today would come? All of this is fate making fools of people. This scene caused her several masters to laugh involuntarily. Then they all sighed and lamented. After leaving Peach Village, Gu Changa's figure appeared on a mountain peak outside the forsaken immortal land. Master. Several figures appeared in front of him. Their auras were very powerful, and their expressions were very respectful. The leader was a creature that looked like a yiksha. Its cultivation level was at the true immortal realm. Among the rest of the people, there were both men and women. There were also humans from other clans. They were all followers of Gu Changa. In other places, they were all famous young supreme beings. After the incident in the immortal ancient continent, many young supreme beings had sought out Gu Changa and planned to follow him. Gu Changa did not reject anyone who came, so he took them in. After all, there were many things that could be left to them. For example, this time he asked them to pay attention to the Inde. They had already received Gu Changa's orders and were waiting for him here. Chen,